live right now?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Is this too loud?
Hopefully it doesn't try to focus on that reference, which I think it is. If anyone's watching right now, we're just testing out a live stream. So give us some feedback. I'm gonna do a freehand pet portrait. So any feedback that you all have would be appreciated. Right now I'm trying to mess with the focus. I'm trying to get the focus to be on here and not on here. This is our first time, we don't really know anything. So anyway, Faith is in the other room. She's gonna watch it to make sure that it looks good. I can't really see it. So this is just a test. We're gonna start doing some live streams a lot more in the future. So I'll probably take this video down afterward. I don't know, unless it's good, and I'll keep it up. Getting rid of all the, setting up my airbrush right now. This is just a test to see if the phone is a good way to do it, or if we should buy a lot of equipment and do it another way. So I'm going to be painting this with my two Iwata Eclipse airbrushes. I'm doing it mostly freehand. I do have a grid to make sure that I stay in, my proportions are somewhat accurate. I made the grid just kind of roughly. It's not very, you know, whatever. Let's try this out. So if you guys have questions or anything, just ask a lot, and Faith was in the other room and she'll answer them. What's that?
I didn't know I was doing that.
Alright, here we go. Does it look good, you guys? Are you seeing it on YouTube?
I don't know my phone is.
So I'm just getting everything poured out. I'm using my Createx paint right now. So one of my patrons asked me on Patreon to do a portrait of their friend's dog. And I thought that would be a neat idea, but I didn't want to make a tutorial video out of it or anything. I just wanted to see if it would be a good subject for our live stream.
Which Patreon was it? Or patron?
Darren. So like I said, it's going to be mostly freehand aside from the grid. All right, here we go. Need a little more reducer.
to the side?
No, it's too bright. Casts a shadow. As you can see, I gridded it out so I could get my proportions somewhat correct. I've only done grids like this once before, and it worked out pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, there's a storm going on outside.
It is the entire chat.
Alright, I can actually see what's going on now. Quality's good, sound is good. Everybody's good to see me back on YouTube. Yeah, we're just kind of, right now I'm just kind of dipping my toes back in. I'm not set up like I used to, so we're trying to just kind of test out different ways of bringing more content back on. We did start a Patreon channel, or a Patreon page, for anyone that wanted to learn some of my techniques. Like on more of a personal basis, like one-on-one. Well, not one-on-one, it's kind of a group thing, but you can go to Patreon to see details on it. So again, it's kind of an impromptu kind of deal, kind of spur of the moment. Again, it's for testing purposes. But we'll check it later, and if you guys like it, we'll do more like this. Mainly it's for me to do just kind of quick portraits and things like that. Or any of my paintings I'm working on. So again, one of our patrons, Darren May, he sent me this picture of his friend's dog, and I thought it'd be really neat. So. So yeah, someone was saying they're glad I was back on YouTube. Yeah, I want to be back more often, more frequently. We actually just opened my own tattoo studio, me and my girlfriend Faith and a few of our friends, and it's given us more time to be back doing things like this. I've been tattooing for the past 5 years, and my focus has been on the tattoos, so I haven't really had a lot of time to do this kind of thing anymore. But now that we have our own studio, and of course the coronavirus not letting us tattoo, we've got this time again. So the plan is to use this time that the coronavirus is going on to refocus on airbrushing again and try to get this platform going like we used to. So I'm just going to go ahead and sketch this out and kind of just take my time and learn the piece. I'm not using stencil or anything, so I have to take a little bit of extra time that I would be making a stencil to just kind of discover the piece. So yeah, I've been spending all day today. I've been on YouTube and I've been on Amazon and all these other things trying to find out how to actually make a studio where we can have kind of a permanent setup for live streaming. And not only live streaming, but producing content for both YouTube and Patreon, and maybe even Twitch or something like that. That way I can afford the time again to paint like I used to. I haven't been doing a lot of customer work like I used to because I've been tattooing so much. And if you want to see some of our tattoo work or what we're doing over here in Florida, you can go to edensedgetattoo.com and you'll see my portfolio, you'll see my friend Haley's portfolio, and kind of what we're up to these days. This is this kind of, me and Faith Faith and I, we finally opened up our dream tattoo shop just in time for the coronavirus to cause us not to be able to work. But we'll be back again as soon as this is all over. See, Tim says that'd be great to see more videos. They've been helpful many times for myself. Stoked to hear it. Yeah, I'm glad. I hear about that all the time when I go to different conventions and different things like that. I always have people coming up to me and telling me that my videos have helped them out. It's funny because I never really, in the beginning, I didn't think about that at all. I didn't know that so many people would turn to my videos. And it's funny when you're making videos just kind of like on your own, you don't really see that feedback. It's not until you're out in public and somebody brings it up to you, and it's almost like you forget that anyone even watched them until somebody says something like that. So thank you. I appreciate it. So hopefully this goes well. Like I said, this is a very impromptu painting. If it doesn't, I think I'll redo the painting with a little more planning, but I've been pretty good in the past about just kind of, throwing down. This is actually my favorite part about the paintings. It's not the finishing the painting that I love so much, it's the beginning. I love the drawing and kind of finding all these shapes and that sort of thing. Like, it might not be as interesting to watch, but for me it's more fun. Kind of like half sticking to the grid and half not. I guess it's mainly just to make sure that I don't make it some weird size. I do that a lot when I freehand. I'll think I'm making it one size, and next thing you know, I'm making it extremely small or extremely big. But if you guys don't know already, if you're not following me on Facebook, we just finished, Faith, me and my friend Alex, we just finished making a 30-part tutorial on my portrait work, which I think that portrait's sitting around here somewhere. Here, I'll go grab it real quick and show you what we did. Let's see, I don't know if you can see this very well, but this portrait right here, I did a 30-hour full-length tutorial, and I put it up on Patreon. Like, we spent a long time on it, editing and putting it together. So if you want to see that, just go to the Patreon page and you'll see it. I told everybody on YouTube about it, or not YouTube, but Facebook, but I haven't been able to be on YouTube, so I'm telling you guys now. And we're going to do a lot more, actually. See what we got here in comments. What's the Patreon page? I believe that I put it in the description, but if I didn't do it right, it's you can go to www.patreon.com/Ryan Townsend, and you should be able to find it. Very interesting to watch for somebody who can't get the time to go. Go to the art circus. Oh yeah. So I get people all the time asking if they can go to the or that they can't go to the art circuses, and if I'll ever come to their city or town. And it's funny because when they ask that, they always say some city or town like in a country that I've never thought to ever visit before. And it's funny, and I'm like, man, I do need something like this, you know. So that's one of the main reasons we did it this way. I always feel bad when people can't come because the art circus that we do we got one in Orlando, Florida. That's for those of you who don't know, the art circus is a hands-on 5-day, I believe it's 5 days, full class, and I teach my portrait class. The one that I just did the 30-hour video on is actually very close to what I teach at the art circus. And we do one in Orlando, we do one in San Antonio, Texas, and then I think we do one in Phoenix, Arizona. It's funny, I did a tattoo convention once in Phoenix, and then I had to leave, come home for a few days, turn around, and come right back to Phoenix to do an Airbrush art circus. So maybe it was the other way around. I think, the tattoo convention was first. So this is actually going to be, I decided, a full color piece. So I need to sketch it out first and to figure out what all the shapes are. In fact, I was thinking about doing a full color tutorial on the Patreon page, and I guess it's been so long since I've done color, I need a piece to get back in the groove of it, kind of figure out a good system for teaching. Like my black and gray, like my monochromatic stuff, like that portrait I just showed you, that's a technique that I came up with, and I've been able to kind of replicate it and stick to it. Like I don't change my technique as much as I used to. It used to be like I would change my technique nearly every single time that I painted, and it's hard if you're trying to be a teacher if you're kind of contradicting yourself every single time that you paint. So my monochromatic stuff, I kind of stick to it. Like over the years, I've developed it, and I'm kind of happy with the technique that I use, so I don't change it much. So it's better for a classroom atmosphere. And another thing, I've refined it to a degree that, like, I know that it works. It's funny, I used to, when I painted, it was always like this, kind of unsure of yourself, kind of like I am right now, because I'm just kind of making stuff up as I go here, but, I'm using a reference, but I'm making up the process. But, yeah, sometimes when you repeat the same process, you kind of, that excitement that you get from unknowing, like, am I going to make just a pile of junk, or is it going to be something worth looking at? Let's see. Oh, Alex wants to know if we're giving the portraits away. Yeah, so I'm actually going to give this portrait to Darren. He doesn't know it. I haven't actually even brought it up to him at all. I probably should. But he recommended it. It's his friend's dog, and he's one of our top tier patrons. So I think that he's earned it. So the idea is, this is an idea that I had, and you guys can tell me if you think it's a good idea. If you have like a pet portrait or because I don't like doing commissions anymore, just because I stay so busy with tattoos. But I do like making these videos here, like just me kind of doing what I want to do. So I thought, well, if I do somebody's pet, I could choose the pet from my Patreon page and just do it for the price they pay to be a patron. So there's no extra charge. Like I just pick my favorite pet portrait from the Patreon page, or it doesn't even have to be a pet portrait; it could be a human portrait, and then I'll paint that just for something to do for content, and then they also get it. So basically, if you're a patron, you have the opportunity that I might actually paint one of your pictures that you recommend, and then you get to have the picture when I'm done. All right, let's start getting a little closer to refinement. So I've kind of got it blocked in a little bit. And then now I'm going to go ahead and try to make some details. Let's see what everyone's saying here. Trent says, I love doing grayscale. I don't use a gray paint, if that's what you're asking. I'm actually going to, I think I'm going to develop a gray that I actually use. I make my own grays every single time I paint. And I was thinking about putting that together and making my own package of not just gray, but just the colors that I actually use. Because I kind of do stick to the same colors. So I've got plans for something like that. What else do we got here? Yeah, somebody says it's in the information part of the video, so yeah, cool. Talking about my Patreon information. Okay, I'll go ahead and add some more detail here. So what do you guys think if I did this kind of thing like Twitch style? Like, I don't know, more interactive. We definitely need more equipment to try to figure it out or whatever. But like I said, today I'm just kind of dipping my toes in the water of live streaming on YouTube. So you guys are probably seeing the first of something great. I don't know. I definitely want to. I've pretty much been obsessed with it for the past few days. I've been researching all the different cool gear and gadgets you can live stream with. And it sure would be fun to be able to paint and have like immediate feedback rather than, you know, putting something out on YouTube and, you know, kind of goes out. You get comments, but yeah, it'd be fun to have that immediate feedback. I've done a few live streams on my Instagram page, but they haven't been like this. They're mainly just kind of talking to other artists and stuff. So a good friend of mine, Corey St. Clair, he and I have been, well, we only did one so far, but we got another one planned to do interviews and just kind of talk shop, talk about airbrushing and talk about being a professional artist and what that means to us and what we've experienced through the years. Because Corey started off, when I first met him, I was in his class, his airbrush class. And then we've gotten to just be really great friends over the years. And now we're like kind of colleagues, you know. We share a lot of information. In fact, I've been helping him with his tattoos. He's gotten into tattoos recently. Man, I really love freehanding. It's so much more fun. Scary though, because you don't know if you're going to do a good job. So I'm actually not really using a technique right now, I'm just making it up. I'm just playing. Just kind of drawing 101, just drawing. But if I do come up with a technique that it's repeatable, I'll let you all know. In fact, most of my techniques that I have, the ones that I've shared on YouTube, I mean, there's definitely some that I've picked up from other people, so I'm not saying that I don't, but a lot of them came from this, just playing around and figuring it out, and then once I figured it out, I would make a YouTube video about it. I know my first one was that way. My first one definitely, that skull video that I made like 10 or 12 or whatever many years ago, it came from like, I was learning to airbrush and I couldn't find any good information about it. And when I finally learned something, I was like, how come I couldn't find that on YouTube, you know? And so I was like, well shoot, I'll just make it then. You know, so I made it because I couldn't find it, basically. I back then, I don't think I ever thought of YouTube as being anything. It was just a way to, it was a way for me to learn to airbrush online, but then I couldn't find good information, I guess. Back then, I think the only ones that I had, and well, not that there wasn't good people online, like there was Ed Hubs was really great, but we had different styles, and there was Jaime Rodriguez. He was really great, but we definitely had different styles. So I just wanted to make a video for somebody like myself. But basically, I was making a video for myself. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, we got some comments. All right, let me read them. Grayscale. That's a great photo. I'm excited to see the finished piece. Somebody said they wanted to go to Orlando but missed the opportunity. Yeah, we were supposed to do one. Like I think we should have already done it by now, but the virus shut down the Orlando one. Let's see. Somebody said they've been airbrushing a long time, learned a lot from my videos. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Says, am I using Wicked? No, I'm using illustration colors from Createx. Using this. Createx illustration. Somebody says they love my style. Thank you. Do I do any sort of instructional or one-on-one on Patreon? Okay, so we're just developing our Patreon, and I do live videos, so pretty much like what you're seeing here, but they're more intimate. They're for my top tier patrons, and where I will talk to you guys specifically. So there might be 4 people in the whole live stream, and I go in very much detail. So if you have a problem with your, let's say your airbrush is acting up, and you don't know what's going on, I'll address it for you live. So I pretty much have all these blank pieces of paper out, and I demonstrate different techniques as you ask about them, basically. Or I'll show you how to fix your airbrush if it's broken or whatever. But that's something we do just for the top tier patrons. So it's definitely more intimate. So it's not exactly one-on-one, but it's one-on-one, but it's pretty close. Okay, so this is kind of difficult here, trying to make this eye not look wonky. I always end up making the eyes wonky in the beginning, always. And I always have to go back and correct them. But I mean, I always get there, but they always look wonky, so I'm scared when I got people behind me, or when people are watching me. When I get to the eyes, I'm always like scared they're gonna see me do the wonky eyes. So I always kind of tiptoe into them so I don't like try not to make any mistakes. And it's funny, eyes are my favorite thing to tattoo also, and they're also the most stressful. Or not tattoo, but airbrush, sorry. I tattoo so much, they're like interchangeable to me now. I'll say tattoo when I mean airbrush, or airbrush when I mean tattoo. In fact, I do it so much, it's pretty much every time I do that. See, cool. I think I'm caught up on the questions or the comments. All right. But yeah, that Patreon page is definitely more intimate, I guess, more detailed. Okay, so got these blocked in more or less. See, this piece right here is wrong. It needs to be like this. This gap right here is just too big. I used to have a class called Freedom to Freehand that I taught, and I would always open the class with, well, I didn't even use grids. I would just start freehanding a painting. In fact, if you go into my Instagram and you go through my portfolio, there's this one I did of a goblin, and the Green Goblin, and I did that one just kind of really impromptu. Like I just grabbed an airbrush and started going and teaching my class, and I never even had time to get kind of freaked out about what I was doing, you know, teaching, and not realizing, hey, you might mess this up completely. But this is how I do it, though. I just keep working on it until the image kind of starts showing itself to me. So we got, how long have I been airbrushing? Okay, so that's a kind of a complicated question. I'll just go ahead and tell you guys a story. I grew up in a body shop with my dad, and well, my whole family, but I was the one that kind of took to, you know, working with him in the body shop the most, I suppose. And my dad was always a custom painter. He did custom graphics, like, you know, flames and skulls, and he used an airbrush to do drop shadows. So if you were to do flames and then you put drop shadows on the bottom, or if you did tribal and you wanted to make them look 3D or whatever. But I never saw airbrush when I was a kid. I never saw it as a thing to do artwork with. To me, it was more of just a gradient tool to add special effects to something. I didn't see the artwork in it at the time. I was an artist, like drawing pictures in my sketchbooks and stuff, drawing superheroes all the time and that sort of thing. And let's see, this is kind of a little off. And so, excuse me, when I was older, I went to art school, and I had airbrush, so I'd help my dad with the airbrush, but it was a very intimidating tool to me. And so I would always just, like, my dad was good with it, so I just let him do everything. I didn't have any interest in trying it out because it was scary. And so after I went to art school, I actually went into trying to learn how to tattoo, and I had an apprenticeship that really fell through, and it was a bad experience. And so it actually wasn't until I was 25, like I actually did temporary airbrush tattoos at theme parks. So I would go to theme parks and I'd spray through a stencil. So I knew how to pull the trigger, but that's about the gist of what I knew how to do. Like I could do this, but that's about it. And I decided one day I've told this story a million times, but I decided one day that I wanted to move to Hawaii and do like portraits on the beach, and because I was really good with portraits, and I called my dad, and this is after the tattoo apprenticeship fell through, and I told him what I wanted to do. I was like, I want to move to Hawaii, and I want to do portraits on the beach, and I know that I'm going to be broke, but I'm ready for that. I want to be a broke person that lives on the beach. That's what I want to do portraits. And my dad was like, well, how are you going to get to Hawaii? I was like, I don't know. He goes, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you airbrush this helmet for me, and it pays, and once you do that, you'll have money and you're closer to getting to Hawaii. And I was like, all right. So I didn't know how to airbrush, but I took the job and I kind of figured it out as I went. And before I was done with that helmet, he had another one. This is in 2008. He had another one for me. And so I ended up doing a junior dragster after that. Still not knowing how to airbrush. I was using a paintbrush a lot. And then next thing you know, he gives me another one and another one and another one. And next thing you know, a year goes by and I never made it to Hawaii. I just started painting and airbrushing. And then I got really obsessed with it. I went and took Corey St. Clair's class, 2009. And then I started the YouTube channel. Again, it was because I was trying to learn, and I was just sharing everything that I was learning as I learned it. And then, yeah, it just took off. Then I got really obsessed with it. You know, it became my complete and utter obsession. Like, I didn't even care that I didn't make it to Hawaii. I was just like, I just wanted to paint all the time. Okay.
We have a question from Patreon.
Okay.
Sean says, I'm working on a piece now that I started using a grid. How do you like doing it this way? I feel like I skip around a lot, but I focus on one piece of the grid at a time. It goes a lot smoother for me, other than my piece is 3 by 3 feet.
So this is only my second time to ever use a grid. My first time to use a grid with this many subsections. I only like it because it just ensures that my piece stays inside the canvas, really. I'm not a fan of using it, I guess, as like, I don't know if I would use it all the time, I guess. Right now, because I knew I was going to be live streaming and I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time with uninteresting things like me trying to figure out how everything fit and all that. So I was like, well, a grid will at least keep me on target, I guess. But I'm still very much freehanding it. Like, there's some stuff right here that I know needs adjustments, like right here. And I'll probably continue to make adjustments for a while. I just didn't know how interesting it would be for people watching this to see me just kind of fumble around it, and I don't know. I mean, you can tell me if you want to see me do it without the grid and I can fumble around for a while. If that's interesting, if you guys think that's entertaining, I'll do that. Sometimes that doesn't even go anywhere. It's kind of like an artist kind of tearing up their painting after you're done. It's like, or drawing. Like, I'll sit in here, fumble around, and then it doesn't go anywhere, and so I just throw it away and try again. It's kind of the cool part about freehanding. You don't know. Like, whenever I use a stencil, like if I use a pencil transfer, which again, I teach a full detailed pencil transfer technique on Patreon, or I'll do like a stencil transfer or whatever, there's no guesswork in it. There's no, I'm not scared that I'm going to screw up because I know what's going on because I used the stencil. But with this, I guess I just did it because I thought it would be fun and interesting, really. But if for me as an artist, I really have a lot of fun doing it this way. Now, doing it in front of people, that's just, like I said, I've been repeating myself, it's scary. But I've done a lot of paintings freehand. Like, I'll show you one that I did with a grid. I have it right next to me. It's kind of damaged, but I need to finish it. So I did this one. Let me look and see if I got it in frame. So this one, a friend of mine, Mondo Saldana, and me, we did this one freehand. So Mondo freehanded everything in the background, all that filigree shapes, all this stuff. Mondo did freehand out of his head. You can see I got it damaged. That's why I haven't finished it, because it got messed up. But I'll finish it one day. This, I did a grid, but very loose one, with only a few subsections. I didn't measure anything. I just kind of like threw in a couple of gridded tiles just to make sure everything stayed in frame, and then I freehanded everything. And I'll show you one I did with no grid at all. So this one is unfinished too. These are just sitting here waiting for me to finish them. That's what they just sit here for. But this one is of Faith. So I just asked Faith, I was like, man, can I paint you really quick? And so we just went and I took a picture of her. And Faith really loves cats, so I added a cat in there. And then here's where I'm just kind of scribbling. I don't know what I'm doing yet, so I'm just kind of scribbling around. But yeah.
That painting has Carol Baskin vibes.
Yeah, Faith is Carol Baskin. So I'll finish that one day, maybe on a live stream. See what we got question-wise. Somebody in Spanish, I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. When I do detail, I do not use stencil or tape. No. I do exactly what I'm doing right now. I mean, I'm more than happy to share those techniques because I used to use them a lot. But my personal preference is not to use them. I like the look of freehand airbrushing. But I am very savvy with all of the like taping and stenciling techniques. There's actually, I did a painting on one of my YouTube videos. I did a time lapse of me doing a freehand of a dragon on the side of a motorcycle. That was all making it up as I went. Since then, I've become a professional tattooer, and I've learned a lot about the Japanese dragons, and I kind of want to go and revisit that idea and do it with all the new education that I have on the subject. Because I didn't really know anything about the Japanese dragons back then. I just thought they were cool looking. But now, since tattooing, I've studied it a lot. Like a lot.
Sean, now how hard was the transition to a tattoo artist?
How far was it, or how hard was it?
How hard?
So to become a tattoo artist, the transition, I wouldn't say was so much difficult as it was frustrating. Because I already knew what I was capable of. I just didn't know the skill of tattooing. And so learning those skills, developing the muscle memory, like if you all have had Airbrush before, if you remember how difficult it was to even pull the trigger. So imagine knowing you're really good at something, or you have the potential to do really well at something, and then you know that it's going to take you 10,000 more hours before you can even get there. So that part of it was frustrating to me. But I did get there, and I'm very happy with where I am in my tattoo abilities. I'm still working on it, obviously. In fact, I still develop my airbrush techniques all the time. So, like I said, this is going to be in color. I'm just right now doing it in gray, just so I can get all the proportions all set. And like basically I'm sketching. This is an underpainting. I'm drawing it out and kind of figuring out where I'm going. And once I have a good base for it, I'll put color on it. my plan, as I said, is to be able to do these in one stream. Like, this is an impromptu stream, there's no planning in it. So, but in the future, I'd like to set up like early in the morning and do a whole portrait like this from beginning to end and just live stream all of it. And then the portrait that I choose, I'd like to get from my Patreon page. So basically, if you want me to do a portrait of your pet or, you know, something like that, or a friend or a family member, or your kid or anything like that, then basically you become a patron, take really interesting photos or gather really interesting photos, submit those photos, and at the end of every month or whenever I do these, I'll pick my favorite photo from the patrons, and whoever's photo that I pick, I will give them the painting when I'm done. That's the idea. So this one I'm going to give to Darren, and I guess he's going to give this to his friend maybe. It was his recommendation. But we're going to have more details on that later. It's just an idea for right now. Basically, the reason I want to do it is because it'd be fun to... I don't do commissions anymore. So it's a way of doing... Still painting for people, but not taking on commissions. Says, somebody asked how I'm going to get rid of these grid lines, layers. There's going to be so many layers on this thing that none of this will be visible when I'm done. In fact, it's not even going to be in black and white. It's going to be in color, like that. Can you see that in frame? Yeah, that's the finished piece. I'm just blocking it in. In fact, I should probably stand back. I'm going to stand back from it so I can make sure everything is still looking good. So as you can see, with each layer, the grid lines get more and more faint. See, I'm just covering them up. Like this first sketch portion, I'm very, very loose. I'm in no hurry at all to get more sharp details out of it right now. You know, as a kid, I drew a lot, and I never traced anything. And when I started airbrushing, I got back into tracing a lot, just because it became a job and I needed to do things, you know, a lot faster and stuff like that. And so now that I'm, you know, not taking on commissions, I kind of go back to freehand because it's more fun. Like, this is what got me into drawing to begin with, is just having fun with it. How's that look? Oh yeah, looks good. So, yeah, don't worry, these grids will be gone. I can see what you're saying, because in the camera, when I look in the camera lens, the grids are a lot more strong. So, they'll be gone. I'm actually going to go back in with light here in a minute and do a light layers. Again, if you guys are just joining, this part of the painting, the underpainting, is my most fun time of the painting. This is where I'm really, really having a good time. Like I said, it's the less interesting probably to look at because it doesn't have those crazy details in it, but it's where I'm really, like, I'll spend a lot of time just kind of getting everything figured out.
Sean says, that is a relief to hear as I am starting to pinstripe and I feel frustrated, but it also helps to know that I'm not alone. I've been airbrushing for 15 years and never thought that pinstriping would be a challenge, but it has been. Thanks for taking the time to do these videos. I met you at the art circus and I've been following your art since your skull video back in the garage days.
Oh, nice. That's good. Well, good to have you here. Airbrush, or not airbrushing, but pinstriping, that is really, really difficult. In fact, Faith does pinstriping. I can't even touch it. Like, Faith, she's got those steady hands, she's got good control, and she can pull those lines. Me, man, I don't know. That is some. So I commend you for going for that, man. That's some difficult stuff right there. And yeah, as far as frustration is concerned, yeah, I mean, that just comes with the territory, I guess. You know, I'm happy with the frustration. I think when things stop being frustrating and they start getting comfortable, then it's boring, you know? Then you're just like going through the motions and you already know what the outcome's gonna be. So it's good to change it up and create an uncomfortable environment. Try new things and all that. In fact, I think me and Faith probably live our lives that way. Like, we started, before we got this shop, but we still do it. Like, we got an RV last year because once I started, making a lot of money and we had a lot of, we got stable in our lives. We got the big house and everything like people do. And hold on just a second. And we found it kind of boring and we were like, we wanted to create more chaos, I guess. So we decided to get an RV and travel the country in an RV instead. And I swear that's probably the happiest I've ever been as far as my living situation is concerned. Traveling and living in an RV was one of the most awesome things ever. And it still is. We still have our RV. Due to the virus, we had to move into our apartment upstairs above our tattoo studio. But once this virus is over with, we want to get back in our RV. So we just opened a tattoo studio called Eden's Edge Tattoo in Dunedin, Florida, right before the virus hit. We had the best timing ever. And that's not even as bad as my uncle. My uncle just opened a multi-million-dollar trampoline park and opened it 5 days before he got closed down. So all this money and investment, I'm talking millions of dollars he's got invested in this trampoline park. And they can't even open. It's sad, very, very sad. Like here I was whining about what our investment was, and then my uncle told me what his number was, and I was like, damn. I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll go cry my river somewhere else then. See about comments here. Somebody said they'll be glad when it's over. Just ordered 2 brushes and haven't received them yet. It's been 2 weeks. Yeah, I bet everything's pretty slowed down. Have I ever encountered painter's block? hell yeah, I've encountered painter's block all the time. I told Faith the other day, because I've been wanting to do this live stream, and I keep putting it off because I don't know what to do and all these other things, and I was like, I need deadlines. I work best under pressure. Like, so I'm probably going to try to put together, like me and Faith are going to collaborate and come up with a schedule to do these live streams, and I need to be held accountable. Otherwise I get painter's block. Like, if you just say, hey Ryan, draw a picture, I'll sit in a corner and think about it for 2-3 days and never draw anything. But if you're like, Ryan, draw a picture and have it done by 4 o'clock, I'm on it. I overthink things. So yeah, I get painter's block all the freaking time. But if you're sitting in front of me and you're waiting on me to finish something, that's when I'm at my best. It's stressful, very, 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 very stressful. But I don't know. I just work well under pressure, I guess. I don't enjoy the pressure. I'm more productive under pressure, I guess. I guess some people need deadlines for motivation, I guess. Let's see what else we got here. Somebody said hi from Alberta, Canada. What's up? I was just playing video games last night with people from Alberta, Canada. A lot of hey buds. Hey bud. Let's see. Somebody said they hate deadlines, makes them mad. What do you got, Faith?
Sean says, I feel for all the people that are not working because of the virus. I'm in public safety and blessed to have a job every day. Building bikes and airbrush is my side job, and I love doing it.
Man, that's the truth. I don't like to cry or whine about stuff too much, but when I see on Instagram or Facebook when people are like complaining that they're what do you call it when they get to go to work? Essential.
Oh, essential.
They're like they act like we're all on vacation, us non-essential people, and we're not. We're like we would give anything to go back to work. It's terrible. You know, watching our bills pile up, not being able to do what you love doing, feeling, I'm not gonna lie, we sometimes feel, or at least I have, like I'm not valuable anymore, you know, like you get this kind of depression, like you're not worth anything when you're not allowed to do what you do for a living. It's emotionally draining. So all you people with good jobs, man, good on you, like if you're allowed to still work, it feels good to have that. So good. I've said a couple times during this time that like I just can't wait to feel valuable again. But there's always the bright side. The bright side is it's brought me back to painting. I was able to put together our Patreon. I was able to make a tutorial video that I've honestly been wanting to make for 5 years, and I just never had the time, or I always had people telling me I should do it this way or that way, and finally I was like, you know, we've got this whole shop, we've got this brand new shop, we've got all the equipment, and we got all the time, so let's just do it now. And so Faith and I decided to go ahead and just do it, and we made a great tutorial video, and we hope to make more. Okay, I think I've got the basic sketch pretty close. I'm trying to get to a point where I can start piling on some white. So I'm gonna bring the values way, way, way down. Again, if you want to know this system, I put all the details of at least the gray portion, like my black and gray techniques. It's all on Patreon. All right. let me get some of these details in real quick. I think because this brow feels like it should go higher. There we go. See what we got here. Somebody said that I was valuable. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't fishing for compliments, but thank you. Somebody said they were glad to. Let's see, Robert. He said they glad to see me back on. Thank you. Somebody said they want a new mural on their bike. I'm trying not to do that kind of stuff anymore. Not because I don't enjoy doing it, but I want to balance my career so I don't spread myself too thin. Like if I start taking on a bunch of like customer jobs, then I get too overwhelmed because then I have my tattoos, I have my personal artwork, I have all these things, and I go and I teach at seminars and I travel, and if I start taking on customer work again, it throws me off. And the only reason I haven't done it right now during the virus is because I'm worried that if I take on a job that's too much and then the virus comes back or we are able to go back to work, I'm worried that I will have piled up so much work on myself that I can't manage my shop that I just opened. So I'm just kind of like biding my time and seeing how long it can be before I have, before I should start taking on customer work again. What do you got, Faith?
Sean says, I love when everyone is working. It makes me feel like I'm surrounded by community. Miss the hell out of you non-essential jobs. So hurry and get back to work. Feeling lonely out here.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying not to be too pity party about it. Trust me, I've felt like commenting on Facebook and stuff a lot, and I just don't, because it's not worth all the. I don't want to see all those comments and the bickering and the arguing and all that. I want to, So I've refrained from saying my personal thoughts on Facebook, and I don't speak about anything like that. My voice has been cracking a lot since I started streaming. I think I'm projecting my voice too loudly, and it's causing my voice to crack. But yeah, so thank you guys for watching. I really want to do this more. Like I said, today I spent all day on Amazon just researching equipment, trying to see what would it take for me to do this really professional, and do it a lot more frequently. Like I have a whole section of my shop that I could dedicate to being a studio for producing content like this, like whether it be lessons. There goes the cracking in. Whether it be lessons or this, which is just more from entertainment value, or whatever. Like if I could do this every day, my life would be amazing. Like I said, you feel very vulnerable when you're a tattoo artist and you feel like you're gonna have a job forever. You're like, well, there's plenty of skin in the world. I'll never have to go without a job. Never think that a virus might just shut you down. So I never want to feel that vulnerability again. I was in denial about it. Everyone kept warning me. They were like, oh, I think they're going to shut you down. I'm like, I'm not worried about that right now. I got other things to worry about. They're like, well, I mean, just telling you, like, it's looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad. And I'm like, well, I'll deal with it when I deal with it. For now, I got other things I'm got to deal with. Then one day I show up and Faith tells me it's over. I'm like, shh. Well, what do we do now? Let's see what you guys are saying.
Sean wants to know, do you only use Iwata airbrushes or do you use other brands as well?
I only use Iwata. I couldn't tell you like what's better about them because they're the only ones I've ever used. I just know that I'm extremely happy with them. In fact, I think I might be going to Portland soon, and if I do, I'll get to go visit the Iwata headquarters. I'm good friends with everyone there because I get to see them all the time when we go to SEMA. But to me, I'm like, this is my favorite airbrush. It's the only airbrush that I use. So I've never cared to try others because I like everybody there at Iwata. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's really great people at the other companies too. I don't know them personally, but I do know the Iwata people, and I really like what they do. And I've never had a reason to be like, I've never felt the urge to try something else. I'm happy with where I am. In fact, I might be getting another Micron soon. I've been out of Microns for a while. I'm excited about that. I've been using Eclipses, which I love Eclipse when I'm doing this big work, but when I start doing small stuff, I really want another Micron. I have Microns, but I've broken them several times over the years. And so I'm trying to get this to a point where I can start working on the whites. I just got to bring all the values down. If you guys want, I'm going to mix up my white real quick, and I'll just go back and forth. See, the white doesn't do really well when it's not dark enough, so I have to push the values back really far before the white can really do its job. So I have to kind of do this where I float over it, because I'm going to build this whole thing with white, and then once I've done that, then I'll start coloring it. So I've got a bent needle in this one, so I've got another needle here that I'm going to load up. It's funny, when I found out this needle was bent, I was live streaming, and somebody asked, why don't I use the protective cap? And I explained I don't use it because I like detail, although I'm risking bending my needle, and then I looked and my needle was bent. So, karma. Alright. But there is a tool that I've lost in the move called Sharpen Air that'll sharpen your needles. But when I moved, I couldn't find it. I need to find it. Then I could not have to buy a new needle. I just sharpen it back up. Okay. Hopefully that's spraying all right. I'll load some reducer in here. I'm working with 4012. I heard there's a new reducer. In fact, I just got off the phone with Craig Kennedy, I think yesterday. He owns Cratex. And he was telling me about another reducer. Not a new reducer, it's actually an old reducer. But yeah, he wants me to try out because he thinks it's going to work really well, so I'm excited about that. All right. There's a new clear too that they're coming out with that I'm excited to try out. So this so far looks like it's clogged. How is it clogged? There's some white clogged in there. I thought I cleaned this thing. So anytime your airbrush is like not like shooting like that, you've probably got paint clogged up in it, and I likely do, which sucks. Oh, it's starting to, I think I got it out. It's starting to flow now. I didn't take the time to clean these before I started today. I mean, I kind of cleaned at them, but it was getting late in the day and I wanted to do this, so I just kind of said, let's just go with it. What else we got here? Somebody said the new clear is awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to try it out. They said they've been through 40 ounces already. Yeah, I'm stoked about it. I've been hearing about it for years, but I haven't actually used it. I've seen it at the art circus and stuff like that, but I told Craig what I was planning on doing with the live streaming and everything, and so I'm going to demonstrate a lot of the products here. Yeah, he said it's amazing as a candy carrier. Yeah, that's what Craig said on the phone. What I'm going to use it for, so I started using the 4030 as a color blender. It's something I actually came up with. Well, I mean, I didn't come up with the 4030 or anything like that, but I did come up with using it as a color blender. Basically, I would mix it in with my paint, like an Intercoat Clear, and it would make smoother blends. So if you look at some of my old work that's very, very, very silky smooth, it's because I would add a clear to it. And so he's sending a new clear, that the one he's talking about that's a good candy carrier, and that new clear, he thinks it might actually be better for my small details and my smooth blends than the 4030 is. So I'm excited to try it out. That should be coming in the next few days. So when it does, I might go ahead and just live stream that too. Somebody says, is it Createx? Yeah, it's Createx. I'm not sure if they put it in their automotive line or which line it's in, but it's Createx. I'll know here in a few days. In fact, we're actually putting together a giveaway, and I think I can say this now because Craig told me. We're going to give away some Createx paint on my Patreon page for kind of as a raffle for the patrons. We also are going to give away a fisheye filter, and I don't want to say the others because they're not confirmed, but some really, really cool stuff. But I'll let you know what paint we're giving away in a few days. When it gets here, I'll show it off to you guys and show you how you can win it. Alright, so I think this might be shooting alright now. Sorry for the delay, I should have done this beforehand. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright. Where's my white? I only have opaque white. You know what? I can use this one. This is a warm white. It might look bad across the white. Here you go. What's this? Transparent base. I guess I'll have to use my opaque white. I thought I had transparent white, but I don't know where it went. Use this white here. Probably opaque white's better right now anyway because I need to cover up all those hash lines, those grid lines.
Alex says it's probably in the office.
Oh, Alex is watching the live stream and he knows where it is.
This one?
There it is.
Thanks,
All right.
Alex.
Thank you, Alex. There it is. Alright, we'll see if this opaque white works. If it doesn't work, then I'll switch it up.
Sean wants to know, what are you running for air pressure tonight?
Right now, I'm at 20. I think it's running a little choppy. I do need to clean this, but it'll take me too long to clean it, so I'm trying not to do that right now. I'll just kind of do some. So I'm basically just building a base for the color, and I don't know that I'll have any time to get to the color tonight, but I'm more than happy to get to the color maybe tomorrow or something. And if you guys want, I can do a full instructional video on color In fact, we were talking about that on the Patreon page, about doing a full color tutorial. So I just need to, I need to kind of do a couple of these paintings first and get my technique down again. I mean, I always kind of wing it, but I can't say that I have like a specific technique, so I just need to really get back to that and figure out what that is. I might just figure it out right here in this painting, I don't know. But I know that I think we're going to do a mermaid as our next tutorial video. In fact, I probably should get started on that here in the next few days. Looks like, I guess you're talking about something there. And right now what I'm doing, it's very sloppy and loose, so I'm still on the underpainting. Again, there's going to be color on top of all of this. See what you guys are chatting about. Are you guys talking about clear? With the direct to glass, have matte and yeah, I'll let you guys chat about that. I don't have time to really read it. So if you guys have any other questions or comments, I can definitely check that out. Or if you want me to tell another story. I got lots of them. So, does anyone here, do you guys ever go to SEMA? Have you guys gone to the Iwata booth and seen any of the guys paint there? I remember when I was really, like, really trying to get noticed and you know, really working on my airbrush career really hard. I remember all I wanted to do was go to SEMA, because I felt like SEMA is where all the fucking cool stuff happens, you know, like, and all my heroes were there. Like, I wanted to meet Michael Valley, and I did. The late great, just recently passed away, Michael Valley, and I wanted to meet Craig Frazier, and all these other guys, Javier Soto, and so I knew that I really wanted to go to SEMA and do that, and what happened was there was a contest at the time, the Ultimate Brush Off competition, and I entered it. It was like for Halloween. I did a painting of Faith as a zombie holding my head, and I remember when I got there, I was so nervous to meet everybody. And I was scared. I didn't know what to say when I would see all these artists that I really looked up to. And yeah, so I'm there my first day. I got food poisoning right before I even got there. So I'm sitting there sweating and I can't breathe very well. I had food poisoning from the day before when I was getting on the airplane. And I'm in there, and like I said, I'm really nervous to talk to everybody. And I see, who was it? I think it was, God, I'm having a hard time recalling names right now, even though Alan Pastrana, that's who it was. I saw Alan Pastrana over in the corner, and I really wanted to go say hi to him. And I was just trying to get up the nerve just to talk to him, because I was a really big fan of his. And I know it's because the reason I can't recall his name is because I'm painting and thinking at the same time. It's hard to use both sides of your brain, but so yeah, so I finally get the courage and I walk up to him, and I'm like, "Hi, Alan. I'm Ryan." Or actually, I don't even think I said my name. I think he was looking at my name tag, because we were talking for a minute, and I was just telling him what a big fan of his work I was, and how excited I was to meet him. And he saw my name tag, and he was like, "Oh, you're Ryan Townsend." And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh man, I can't believe you're here." And I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" Like, I didn't know him. I didn't know anyone even knew who I was at all. And apparently I won the ultimate brush off competition, and I didn't know it yet. I was sitting in the Iwata booth just nervous to talk to anybody. And Alan was the like the announcer, or the person that was in charge of, you know, like reporting to everyone live who had won the competition. And he was like, "I can't believe you're here. Like, we were about to just make an announcement for YouTube or whatever, and now you're here." And I was like, "What?" You know, and it was just like the coolest thing ever, because like I said, I was so freaking nervous to see or meet anybody. And then when I won that competition, all of a sudden all my heroes all came to congratulate me, and all these other things, and it was such a cool thing. Like, it's definitely one of my fondest memories of anything ever. And the whole time I've got food poisoning, you know, like, if you go up on YouTube and you look at the ultimate brush off, what is it? It's the, if you look at the ultimate brush off and you look up my name, you'll see an interview with me and Alan Pastrana, and that's like minutes after I met him. And I'm sitting there, my stomach's all messed up, I got food poisoning, and I'm just barely met all these guys. I'm so nervous, and you can see me in the interview that way. But that was such a cool thing. So yeah, that was really neat. And then from then on, everybody became friends. Like, you know, now every time I go to SEMA, I get to see him, and I call them, you know, they're my very close friends now. And it was just really cool. Somebody said, hopefully my voice didn't break then. Yeah. And it was a similar situation with Craig Fraser. Like, I was nervous to meet Craig Fraser. Like, because my dad was a big fan of his, same with Michael Valley. And we had been looking at his work. I read his book, like, in the early years of me airbrushing, before I knew anything about, because remember, there wasn't really anything on YouTube at the time that was worth anything. So all I had was the Craig Fraser book. And and my dad had, me and my dad had that Craig Fraser book for years before I actually had the balls to even try any of those techniques. And so to meet Craig Fraser was a big deal. Well, I'm sitting there, and somebody came up to me, I can't remember who, and they were like, "Hey Ryan, are you busy right now?" And I was like, "Well, no, you know, I'm just kind of going with the flow here, whatever." And they were like, "Well, Craig Fraser wants to meet you." And I was like, "Why?" Like, again, I didn't even know he knew who I was. And apparently he saw that painting that I did of Faith as a zombie, and he wanted to use it for his gallery. And I was just like, what? Like, I don't know, there was so many cool things that first year of SEMA. Like, so I got to go meet Craig Fraser right after that, and me and him just talked shop. We talked about airbrushing and all these other things. It was such a cool thing. I remember my first time meeting Michael Valley too. It was the same time, and I didn't get to talk to him. I just remember he was like, he was complaining about his paint. He was because I guess he wanted a certain kind of paint for his paint demonstration, and he was like, "Where's my paint?" And I didn't get to talk to him. I was like, "Oh, he looks like he's busy." But I did meet him a few years later. We went to Portland, Oregon, me and Faith, for a panel jam. It was called the International Lampoon's Vacation Panel Jam or something. And we got to meet Michael Valley up there, and then we became friends after that. Let's see what we got here. Somebody from Airbrush Asylum. They said last time they went to SEMA was 2015. Missed that show. Me and Scott McKay working on a bonnet. Oh, a hood. Yeah. At American Express booth. Oh yeah, that was another thing, man. The American Express booth. Yeah, so that story. I'm trying to recall these stories while I paint. It's kind of hard, but so the next year I went to SEMA. I think it was the next year. There was a competition called the, maybe it was 2 years later, I'm not sure. It was called the American Express Open Airbrush Competition, where people would paint hood murals in front of the crowd, and then at the end of SEMA, they would vote on which hood was the winner. I think the first year I went, maybe it was Terry Stevens that I remember was doing it, and I think Scott McKay won that first year. And then the second year, I think it was me and Jason Prouty, not Jason Prouty, it was Jason Brookshire, and a few other guys, yeah, I won that one, so that was cool. And then so the next year after that, they had me and Scott McKay. Sorry, it's hard for me to pull these memories out while I'm trying to paint. But me and Scott McKay came back and we painted a car live in front of everyone. So basically, they had the previous year's winners come back to do a live demonstration. That was not a competition. It was we painted a car for one of the local businesses, one of the local business owners, to help them with their like advertising and stuff like that. So we painted it. It was for a barbecue place. But yeah, that was super cool. That's how I got to know Scott really well. I think I knew Scott before that, but we became really great friends after that. Same with everyone else. Like I became really great friends with Jason Brookshire and just everybody else, man. Like my airbrush community is a very strong community. So basically what I'm doing right now, I'm just building up the whites. The first layer I was just sketching it all out, trying to figure out what it is. Now I'm bringing all the bright tones back out, and then I'm going to paint color on top of it all. So there's no reason for any details in this area. I'm more trying to discover the shapes. I'm not really worried about details at all. Like I'll probably do another layer of gray and then black before I come back in with like the color. Maybe. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there. So if you guys want to see me do this more frequently, I definitely recommend the Patreon page. That's what I'm using to be able to afford the time and resources to do these live streams. And so that if you want to support more of this, and again, to make it worth it to everybody, I want to be able to do paintings that you recommend. So I'm not really married to any kind of subject matter. Like I'm happy to paint anything. So if you guys have something you'd like me to paint, like again, this dog was one of my patrons, Darren May, and he asked me to paint this, and I just thought it was a really cool picture, and so I was like, cool, let's do it. So if any of my other patrons have picture ideas, whether it be their dog or any kind of other pet, or maybe it's a family member or something like that they'd like me to do a portrait of, take a really great picture, and when I'm ready to do a live stream, I'll just look through all the references, and if I pick your reference, you know, and I'm only gonna pick them off if I think it's cool looking. I don't have any, there's no bias there. It's just like, oh, that's a cool picture, I'll paint it. So if you get a really cool picture of like your son or daughter, and I think it's a really neat, like candid picture, then I'll paint it. And then when I'm done with the painting, I'll give it to you. Or a pet, you know, like if you have a cat, dog, and you got this really neat picture of them, then I'd be more than happy to paint it. But I'm kind of guessing there might be a whole lot of those, so if there is, I'm just gonna pick them on what's interesting, what I think is a neat picture. Kind of like a best picture competition. Who took the best picture this week, or this month, or whatever?
Let me log into that real quick so I can share it.
Just a second, I'm gonna log Faith into my Facebook so she can share this on Facebook. I don't know what it is. If you can give me the link, I can probably share it from my phone. Sorry, I haven't logged into my Facebook in so long, I don't even remember the password. I mean, it's on my phone. I don't know, Faith, use one of my old ones or something. If you know how. I don't. I've got that auto login, so I haven't. Or if you can just send me the link, maybe I can just share it on my phone.
Or are you using your phone to stream?
Oh, I am I?
Yeah.
Sorry. Hey, maybe you guys can do it. Can you go on Facebook and share this link? Maybe share it to my.
I did, but you're gonna have to do it.
Oh. Trying to think of what it is. I set up my Facebook so long ago. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Oh, somebody reacting to Mike Valley, yeah. Yeah, that's a terrible, terrible loss. I told this story on my Patreon page, but I'll go ahead and tell it again. I remember me and Faith, or Faith and I, we were in California at the Coast Airbrush Rendezvous, and we were teaching a class. We were teaching with Corey St. Clair and Jason Prouty, and Michael Valley was there, and he was teaching his fire class. And me and Faith, a lot of times, at the time we didn't really like hang out with people as much, you know, we would kind of stick to ourselves, and we would hang out up front and over by the picnic table, and Michael Valley was over there, and he was kind of acting kind of bummed out, and I might be butchering the story a little bit, Faith will remember it better than I do, but he was sitting over there, and he was kind of bumming, and I guess he was worried that, like, he was just, like, kind of bumming that he was just, like, the fire guy. And he thought, you know, I've got other things and stuff. And I was like, man, I remember telling him, like, yeah, but you're the fire guy. Like, none of us are an anything guy. Like, you revolutionized airbrushing. Like, you started a whole movement. Like, that's like the coolest thing ever. Like, none of us will ever come even close to doing something like that. And it cheered him up, and I felt really good about it. And I know he knew that. It's just, you know how people get in their little moments of being kind of in a bummer mood. So it felt good just to give him a little reminder. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start kind of being a little more purposeful with my details. So I think what I'll do, I think I might go ahead and live stream this tomorrow as well. I'm not done yet or anything. I know I want to get into some of the details a lot more deeper, and so tomorrow when I'm doing all the color, I'll stream that too. Why not? I think tomorrow. Hopefully I don't have anything going on tomorrow. I haven't thought about it yet. See. So hopefully I'm making sense on camera. I'm having to like think, there goes the voice again. Think and paint at the same time, like, or talk and paint at the same time. So these little white spots, I'm just building texture underneath it all. I'm not committed to any of it. Just kind of watching it take shape. Again, if you're wondering what my techniques are or any technical questions, I'm answering all those questions on Patreon. In fact, I'm doing very intimate type courses and things. And if you guys are late here and you didn't already hear about it, I've got a full tutorial, and I'll show you guys real quick one more time the painting that I did. I'll be right back in just a second. So, this painting right here, I did a full tutorial on. So there's a 30-part tutorial I did for Patreon. If you go to my Patreon page, you'll have access to every single detail that I did here. And you'll know about my process. Let's see, what are you guys saying there? Oh, it says the feed is frozen. Oh, sorry. Is the feed frozen still? Right here? It's not frozen. Faith, is it frozen?
Not for me.
Okay. I know that my phone wants to die. Faith, could you help me get a charger on it? Sorry. Thank you. I'm putting a charger on my phone right now. You might need to use some tape on it. There we go. Use some tape. What I'm doing right now is I'm taping the charger to the tripod so it doesn't tug on my phone. We're live, people. Alright, just a second here. Almost got it. Boy, when I was airbrushing a lot, man, I was good at rigging stuff up with tape. If ever there was a stand or anything I needed and I didn't have it, I was taping stuff to everything. I got real good with taking things down. There we go. Alright. How's everything look? Alright, let's see what you guys are saying. Somebody said they met me in San Antonio 2 years ago. That's awesome. Yeah, man, San Antonio was a fun time. Was it the first one where I did the goblin painting, or was it the second one? Yeah, the white does make it come to life. Just remember that I'm doing an underpainting, so it's not like, it's not final in any way. Like I said, I think tomorrow we're going to stream and I'll do all the color. All this texture and the ball will be fun. I think, yeah, well, let me just keep going with it. So this movement here I picked up from Corey St. Clair. It's the scribble movement, and it is the best for doing texture. Just popping them, pulling, and watching all the scribbles kind of hit and create these different textures. That's why I don't like the stencils, and I don't like when people use the, and I do it too, don't get me wrong. In fact, I'm going to do it on a lowrider soon, but for my personal artwork, I don't like all the cutting and whatnot, because I kind of like the organic shapes that are created on accident. Like, to me, it's just makes it look more like a painting. Makes it look more alive, or not alive, I guess, but just interesting to look at. I guess what I'm saying is I like my paintings to look like paintings. And I guess a lot of people would say my photorealism looks like a photo, but I try my best to add little things, little subtleties into there that makes it very unique. Like, I remember when I did this motorcycle once with all these, like, it was very old Hollywood in its style. It was like a film noir kind of style. And I remember I was at a bike show, and I was standing there because I was so excited, because I knew that I had done something special. I knew that my bike was really great, you know, I knew that it was really cool. And I was really excited about, excuse me, God, the voice. I was really excited about the, how people would react to it. And so I went to Sturgis. We were at the Buffalo Chip, and my bike was sitting there, and I was watching people just walk right past it. And they were going to the bikes with other artwork on them. And I was like, how are people not looking at mine? And I was just kind of paying attention and watching them. And when they would stop and look at my bike, they kept trying to figure out what I did, like what trick I used. They were like, oh, I see, he did a transfer and then he cleared over it. Like, they thought I was printing it on something, and then they thought I was laminating it onto the bike. And so they were immediately uninterested. Like, they would just move on and then go to the bike that looked like it had been painted. And I thought, well, that sucks, because I don't want to walk up to them and go like, hey, that's a painting, you know, I don't want to be that way. So I was like, how do I make it obvious, you know? So I started kind of pulling back from the realism a little bit and putting these subtle bits in that were obviously hand painted. So if somebody saw it and they thought, oh man, that looks amazing, it looks like a transfer, if they got any kind of close to it, they would see all my little squiggles and things, and I wanted them to know it was a painting. It's just disappointing when you put all that time into something and then people just walk past it. What are you guys talking? I see you guys having a little conversation there. Oh, they're talking about my technique, I think, the horsehair and stuff. Yeah, little squiggles, little bumps and squiggles. This is still an underpainting, so I'm gonna end up refining all of this later. For now, I'm just kind of building just a texture, not really trying to pull off any certain look. Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm assuming some people are just jumping in. This is going to have color in it. So I'm just building the underpainting for which the color will sit on top of. And we started, you can probably see a grid through here. We started with a very light, kind of rough grid, just so I can make sure everything kind of stayed inside this workable space. So that's why you might see a grid on here. But that's all going to be covered up by the time we're done. I can show you real quick. This is the colored portrait. This is the colored version right here. If you guys can see that. So yeah, over here, that's the color that we're going to end up with when we're done. I just do everything in grayscale first so I can sketch it out and kind of figure out all my tones and values and things like that. It's easier to do it in gray first when you're freehanding, because you got to build a base layer anyway, so might as well use that time to discover the work, and you don't have to worry about color right now, just the shapes and the values and that sort of thing. And if you guys want, I can do a full tutorial video on Patreon on this method. And the theories that go along with it. I will say, if you guys want some homework, do some painting from life. That's probably the best way to get better at freehand, is if you paint fast and paint from life. I'll tell you what got me really good at it was when I would work at Sturgis back when the same time when I was telling you about that motorcycle. Well, no, this is a year later. Me and Faith would go to Sturgis and my buddy Mondo, and we would paint girls. So girls would come in and we'd paint them topless, and we would paint like fake clothes and things on them. But we had like hundreds of girls lined up, right? And you don't have time to sit there and print out an image and figure out what you're doing. It's kind of like being a t-shirt artist, but we didn't have any stencils or anything, and we're not t-shirt artists, and I don't know how to do script or anything like that. So a girl would come in, you know, and Faith would put pasties on them and all this other things, and then they were like, Faith would say like she wants a dragon, and I had to just right there on the spot paint a dragon, or she wants a butterfly, or she wants a horse, or whatever they said they wanted, and I only had about a half a second to think about it. So I got really good at just freehanding some stuff onto people. Because I had to do it and I had to be done with it in like 15-20 minutes. So that's kind of what kicked off the freehand painting for me. Painting naked girls at Sturgis. Somebody says it was paint cap on then. I don't know. Oh, somebody was wondering what this was. Oh, it's a tennis ball. Yeah, the dog has a tennis ball in their mouth. Yeah. Sorry. It'll look like tennis ball tomorrow. Now I'll show you the reference real quick so you guys can see. See, there's a tennis ball right there. So I haven't really decided how long I'll go. How many people we got watching? I don't even know how to check that. Let me look real quick. We got 24 people in here. That's cool. Well, I'll go so long as you guys are watching, I guess. Ain't got nothing else to do. Again, if you guys want me to do a painting for you, or if you have a painting suggestion, go to Patreon, become a patron, and I will pick from your ideas. This was from a patron. Somebody on my Patreon page picked this painting out. His name, Darren did. Darren made. And I'm sorry I didn't do any announcements that I would do this, because I didn't even know I was going to do this live stream until I did it. Until I was like, we're doing it. I mean, I was talking about it all day, and I kept saying I was going to do it, but finally I was just like, let's do it. Like, we're just trying it out anyway. Like, I just kind of using my phone. I'm hoping that we can get into doing this more professionally with, you know, great equipment and everything. That's why I'm kind of being loose right now. I'm thinking in my head. I'm being loose right now because I don't know where all the details are yet. I'm just kind of figuring them out. So I'll be more committed after this. So the next layer that I do is going to be a far more detailed layer. A lot slower, a lot more meticulous. Like I said, I'm just trying to discover the shapes right now. Figure out where everything is. So a lot of jumping around. Think of this like a pencil drawing. Like if you were to do a painting and you're just doing this is the bottom layer, just kind of scribbling it in, just figuring out where everything is. If some of you are jumping in, again, if you're jumping in the middle of the stream, this was a freehand piece. So we didn't have a stencil or a transfer down when we started. And when the stream is over, I'm sure you'll be able to go back and look at it from where I started. Or maybe you can now, I don't know. There's some texture in here. It looks like you can see the dog's skin really well. So I'm going to add some of that little texture there. I actually haven't painted a pet portrait, and I can't even recall. I don't know how long it's been. In fact, I can't recall a pet portrait at all. Have I ever done a pet portrait, Faith? That you can think of?
I don't know.
See what we got here. Planet. I always get excited when I talk about this thing. It's called the Levo or Levo, Levo with an accent mark above it. So go on Amazon. So they have a newsstand with a different mounting thing. But yeah, some of these have like they can plug into the wall. These are great. I use them for tattooing. Just look up Levo on Amazon. This stand is fantastic. I've gone through a lot of tablet stands, and this one is the best. I always like bragging about that. I got it. A friend of mine that I used to work with, David Machaney, he's a tattoo artist in Texas. Amazing tattoo artist. If you want to look up David Machaney, he had one of these, and he always has the best equipment. He's like just one of those guys that always just has the good shit. And I bought it from seeing his, and I didn't think it would make that much of a difference, you know, a tablet stand. But man, I love this thing. They even have ones with like little outlets and whatnot, so you can plug them in and little USB stuff. Oh, and this that I'm painting on, Rob Churchill. Rob Churchill runs the Art Circus. He's the founder of the Art Circus. Airbrush Art Circuits, and he built this for me. I saw he had some of these um, in his personal art space, and I think he offered it up, and he was like, "Hey, let's build you one of them." I was like, "What, really?" So we went to Home Depot, we bought a bunch of stuff, and he built this whole thing. It's so brilliant. I'll show it off later. But man, this thing, you can use it as a desk, you can use it as like I am right now, like an easel, it's a cutting board, it's a storage cabinet, and it all packs up against the wall. So it's super cool. I'll show it off on another stream. But yeah, guys, shout out to Rob Churchill. He's an amazing dude. He's one of my best friends in the airbrush world. Yeah, he made this for me. He made me 2 of them, actually. I need to get the other one. It's still in Texas. I'll tell you, Rob Churchill is one of the most down-to-earth, real people that you'll know, man. He's a real Texan. He reminds me of the guys that I grew up with, you know, because I grew up in the country in Oklahoma, a lot of good old boy type people, and Rob reminds me of them. You know, they're kind of guys that, like, you know, if you need something out and done, you need help. Like, that's how I grew up. Like, my neighbors and friends, like, if you're working on your car, everybody was working on the car. If you were shoveling dirt, everybody was shoveling dirt. You didn't even think to ask your friends for help for anything because they just did it. Like, so if my friends were next door, if he was building a garage or a barn, we were next door building this barn. That's just how we were. And Rob's very much that kind of person. Now I'm not near as savvy as a lot of my friends. I'm not as good at that kind of stuff, but I'm a good hand. Like, I can run and grab stuff, carry it. Building this tattoo studio, though, that taught me a lot. Actually helped my dad build our house, too. I was just a gopher, you know? Go for this, go for that. See what you guys got going on here. Someone says my YouTube name, did I misspell it? Is it misspelled? Faith, is our YouTube name misspelled? Oh, I guess it is. Whoops. I guess we'll fix that later. Yeah, if you guys have any comments or anything, questions for me, just post them up. So what's misspelled? Is you said my YouTube name is misspelled? Ryan Townsend Art. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. Damn, that sucks. I didn't notice that. It's my name. Thanks for pointing that out. This is a trial anyway of this live streaming type of thing. We're just learning. We're figuring everything out, getting all the kinks out, and basically just seeing what it looks like to do it on the phone anyway. It's a very, very impromptu painting or stream. Like I said, we were researching how to do it and all this stuff, and finally we were just like, you know what, screw it, let's do it. Or at least I did. You know, we're kind of spending the day kind of playing with GoPros and different setups, trying to figure out what would be cool to do. And then I was just like, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it with the phone and just see how it goes. And then later, once we get more equipment, and of course fix the way my name is spelled and all that, then, you know, it'll be a lot more professional. So you guys are getting to see the very first of something hopefully really cool. I'd like to live stream a lot. I don't know, like I said, it's fun for me to be able to interact with everybody. It keeps me motivated. Otherwise, I'd sit here and I paint for like 5 or 10 minutes and I walk away. It's the same with tattooing. Like, I'm so much more efficient tattooing because my client is sitting there and I have to finish their tattoo or do so much work. And so I don't take breaks that much and all that because it's the same with live stream. I think it feels like my back isn't even hurting me right now. And usually my back starts hurting me, I get distracted and all these other things. But the live stream, I guess, helps me stay focused. I got ADD, something bad. Just ask Faith, she has to live with me with all my ADD craziness. Yeah, ADD. I got the real shit, man. Not the, oh my god, I'm so ADD. I got like the real, like, my brain doesn't work ADD. So I'm scatterbrained, like I can't tell you how many times I have to go back and forth because I forget what I'm in the middle of doing. I get distracted, like, ooh, look at that, and I'm like, oh fuck, what was I even doing? I went into the garage today. I had to go check the mail, and I had to check the mail because I had a new needle in there to do the stream with, and I went all the way into the garage, even though that's nowhere near the mailbox, because I forgot what I was doing. I just walked in the garage, and I was like, once I was in there, I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing here? And then it hit me. I was like, shit, I was going to the fucking mailbox. What am I doing in the garage? And so, like, then I went to the mailbox, and I walked right past it, because my brain was, I was thinking about this live stream and stuff, and I was like, damn it. Like, so I had to go back, and I don't know, man, my ADD gets crazy sometimes. So does anybody do like play those games like Fortnite and what's that other one? What's that game? Warzone? Call of Duty Warzone? I just started playing that. I'm so bad at it. Like, so bad. But my brother tolerates me on there. And his friends, they carry me. I just run around and get killed and do my best to keep fire off of them. See what we got here. Too much in the brain. not enough brain going on. Man, that's the truth, man. I do. I mean, I don't stop thinking. Never. Can't make it quit. I'm the king of, I got an idea, you know. I got an idea. Or I do this to Faith a lot. She gets on to me about it. Like I'll start her in the middle of my thought as if she was there for the thought. She doesn't know what I'm talking about. Because I was like, and that's another thing, you know, right in the middle of my conversation. I feel bad. Like, and I don't even know where I got caught up in it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You weren't in my head just now. So my goal tonight is to get this painting to where the base layer is on, and once I get that done, we'll finish the stream for tonight, and then like I said, tomorrow. I haven't really thought about my schedule for tomorrow yet, so if I have time for it tomorrow, I'll jump back on, and I'll let everybody know. If you guys are friends with me on Facebook, I'll make a post about it tomorrow. Today I didn't even know if I was really even going to do it. We were just playing with it until finally I just kind of just started streaming. So I'm just kind of making it up as I go, I suppose, as far as that's concerned. How's the stream looking? It says, what paint am I using tonight? I'm on Create Text Illustration. So we've got illustration right here. This is illustration white. I'm using Createx 4012 reducer, and I'm using a little bit of black and a little bit of blue, a little bit of that. And I actually go through my whole entire process as far as how I mix my paint and everything. It's on Patreon. I explain everything about that whole technique. But we're gonna end up doing this in color. In fact, I should have some new colors coming in the mail sometime soon, but I do have some colors here. We're gonna end up painting this, if you can see in frame. Let me see if you guys can see it. We're gonna paint it golden, like the golden retriever there. After the base layer is all done. So I'm looking forward to that part. Yeah, it says that seems like forever since I made a video. That's because it has been forever since I made a video. What happened was I got into tattooing, and my life just started taking a different direction, and I just didn't have the time to do YouTube videos anymore. And I really wanted to. Like I kept saying, like I would keep it up, but then I had people that were around me that were saying things that weren't good about it. You know, they didn't like. I don't know. My head wasn't in the wrong place, and so I just kind of got off of doing it. And I've always wanted to come back to it, and I've been threatening to come back to YouTube for years. And finally, now that the coronavirus has taken tattoo work away, it's awarded us the time. So for those of you who are just coming here and you weren't here for earlier, Faith and I decided to open a tattoo studio in Florida. And so we brought some friends along and we came out here to Florida and we spent 3 months, 3 very, very, very difficult months building this tattoo studio, and hiring people and that's all these other things and spending all our money and doing this tattoo studio. And the minute we get it open, the coronavirus hits and we get a sign on our door and a letter or an email saying that it's illegal for us to tattoo until the virus is under control. And so we're all sitting around. I mean, we've been running a marathon. Like I'm talking a marathon trying to get this tattoo shop going. And you guys got to see it. I'll show it to you one day. But it's beautiful, beautiful tattoo studio. And as soon as we get it open, we find out that we can't even tattoo. And so we decided, like, if there's ever a time for me to get back into making videos again, this would be the time. Because I have the space, I have the tattoo studio now, I have everything I need to get back into painting. And I can start doing it on my own terms where I can do these paintings like this, where I'm just kind of painting what I feel like painting and entertain you guys on YouTube. And so we decided to go ahead and start doing it again, and that's what we're doing. So what we did is, our idea was we started a Patreon page. So I've had this tutorial that I've been, and again, some of you have already heard this, but there's this tutorial I've been meaning to make for years, about how my monochromatic painting is done. And so we first made the tutorial, and the idea behind doing the tutorial is to help fund me doing this, which is painting for you guys live and getting back to painting, because I couldn't do it for years. And so that's why we're asking for everyone's support there, because now the internet's changed. Like when I started doing YouTube, we got monetized, like we make money on ads, but not that much, like not enough to keep doing it. And so when you gotta make real money and you just don't have time anymore. And so what I'm trying to do is afford the time to keep doing it, because this is what I really enjoy doing. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're kind of building the platform now. So I'm back on YouTube. And I love doing these live streams. My favorite thing about these live streams, I don't have to edit them or anything. I can just paint and talk and answer your questions for you and on all that. And the only thing I ask in return is that you guys give me a little support on YouTube, so that way I can afford the time to continue to do it, or on Patreon. Because truthfully, when the tattoo shop opens, it's going to require a good deal of my time again. So I need to, the more support we get on Patreon, the more time I can afford back over to here. I'd like to dedicate at least 2 to 3 days a week just painting. That's my goal. If we get to that goal, then I feel like we will have made it. That's like the ultimate goal, to be able to tattoo and paint and have both of my passions, work out for me. And if you guys want, I can do these live stream videos on my tattoos as well. Somebody says they think all the artists have ADD. I'll have to agree. Granted, I know plenty of artists that don't have ADD, but it's debilitating, but it sure does help with creativity, because you can't turn your brain off ever. I do sometimes feel like I could have a light switch that would at least calm it down. So I'm not just sitting there just like frantically thinking. Or get distracted. I wouldn't trade it for the world though. I mean, I like it. I mean, it sucks, but you know, I appreciate it. Like, I don't hate myself for being distracted and all that. It's just frustrating. It's annoying more than anything. Sometimes. Like, I get jealous of people who can just sit down and just focus. And I guess my artwork gives me a lot of focus. That's the only time I can just sit down and just really, really get into something. And I've been that way since I was a kid. It's the only way I've ever been. Ever since I started drawing when I was a little kid, I remember I was like, maybe, I don't know, I want to say it was before kindergarten, so somewhere around between like 3 and 4 or 2 or somewhere, I don't know. My dad had my brother and me sitting on a kitchen table, and he was teaching us how to draw Batman. And I remember how he was showing us how to smear the pencils to make shading. And I thought, when I saw the shading and I saw Batman go from being this little kid drawing to being three-dimensional looking, I was hooked. Like, I started painting or drawing ever since. I never stopped. Like, it was the most cool thing that I ever did. And I never stopped. So every time someone's like, how long have you been drawing? I always think of that time with my dad drawing Batman, and that was it. I was hooked. Like, that's where it started for me. And I never looked back. Like, I never thought, like, I never wanted to be anything else but an artist. That's all I cared about. In fact, in school, when people would, when you're getting grades on this and that, or I would always be like, yeah, but I'm an artist. That's what I'm going to do. Like, well, you don't know where you're going to be when you grow up. I'm like, yes, I do. I'm going to draw pictures, and that's what I'm going to do. I've known since I was 3 years old. Now, in what way I drew those pictures, that was a big mystery. I didn't know. In fact, it's funny that I ended up painting cars, because that's what my dad taught me to do when I was a little kid. To me, painting cars was a chore. Like, people, you take out the trash, or you go do this, or build a fence, or whatever. My chores, or mow the lawn. My chores was also prepping cars for my dad, getting them ready for paint. My art, it's funny that they became the same thing, because my art was always separate from that. Until I was 25 before I started doing artwork on cars. Like, I always had them separate. Painting cars was one thing, drawing pictures was another thing. Somebody wants to know why tattooing, as talented as I am with airbrushing. I wanted to be a tattooer since I was in high school. And to be completely honest, I think everyone should have two disciplines. Like, you shouldn't just be an airbrush artist, or an oil painter, or a tattooer, or a digital artist. You should always have two things that I think you should master and be able to make money at doing. And the reason I started tattooing is because I knew that I was pigeonholed into airbrushing. So if ever something happened where I couldn't airbrush, or if airbrush wasn't making the money or anything like that, I needed to have something else. And so I decided, Faith and me both, we decided to tattoo. And I knew that when I started tattooing, I wasn't going to just dabble in it. Like, I wasn't going to I'll tattoo a little bit here and there, and then maybe I'll learn how to do it over time. No, I knew I had to pour myself into it. So I had to put airbrushing on the back burner until I got tattooing down. So I wasn't going to half-ass get into tattooing, in other words. So I needed both. And then tattooing became very, very successful for me. Now, granted, I definitely have more people that are interested in my airbrush work than as far as popularity is concerned, but tattooing is still very much a challenge to me, and I enjoy it. And so I equally like doing both now. If you just do one thing for so long, I feel like you can burn yourself out on it. Like, eventually you're not really scratching that itch anymore that got you into it. So you need the two things to bounce back and forth, and that's what I've done. And I think I'm better for it. So I know a lot of people were saying when I got into tattooing, they were wondering, am I abandoning airbrush or whatever? I'm like, no, I'm doing something that's better for me, and more responsible, that I have two disciplines. Because again, like I said, I've wanted to be an artist my whole life. And I need to be able to make a living and do my artwork at the same time. So I need two disciplines. And actually I have three. I can paint cars too. So if ever I wasn't making money as an artist, I could go and paint cars, paint wrecks, you know, because I can do that. I've been doing that since I was a little kid. So it's about security, I guess, and satisfying the fact that I'm an artist. I actually went to school for animation. I wanted to be an animator, but I didn't know animator. Once I got into animating, I quickly learned that I didn't like it. Like, it felt too much like work, like computer work. Because animating isn't like, I mean, you can still draw your animations, but most of the time it's 3D modeling in a computer, and I just wasn't interested in that. I like getting my hands dirty. I like dirty hands. I don't like sitting there in front of a computer all day, you know, rendering a whatever. So I quickly was like, you know, screw this. And so I went back into tattoos because, well, after I got into tattoos because I wanted to do something that required me to actually physically work or draw or whatever. And then you know, that's why. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. I don't know. Somebody says it's ADD. They wood burn, tattoo, digital art, drawing, etc. Yeah, me too. I've done it all. Yeah, now I'm back into airbrushing. Yeah, airbrushing's back, man. So my reasons for doing both was validated with this COVID thing. Like, imagine if I didn't know how to airbrush and I was just simply a tattooer. Like, what would I do? Like, what would I do for money? I'd be screwed. And I mean, technically I'm kind of screwed. I mean, you know, a big portion of my income is gone. But imagine how bad it would be if I didn't have this. And you know what? A lot of tattooers don't. A lot of hairdressers don't. A lot of barbers, a lot of servers. There's a lot of people, and I want everyone, if you have a job that you haven't been affected by COVID, please, please, please support the people that have been affected, because there's a lot of people, and unless you've been on this side of it, you may not fully understand. We've had our entire livelihood stripped away. And they say that we get help with, you know, a check, you know, $1,000 check in our account. That doesn't help anything. That barely covers one of our bills. It doesn't help anything. All we, like when we get our check, it's like, okay, well, we can afford groceries, I guess, for the month. Like, the help isn't coming fast enough. And not that I'm sitting here like wanting help. I would rather self-rescue. I want to work for my money. I don't want to be given it. And so, like, when we got those checks in the mail, I was like, all right, cool. But I still have to work, you know. So support the people that are affected. There's a lot of people sitting at home right now, terrified, because we don't know what's going to happen. So if you see your barber next time or whatever, tip them highly. If you know, next time when this is over, they need it. They need it. Because it'd be one thing if we were used to living on ramen noodles or something, but we're not. We didn't know our entire livelihood was just going to vanish. Like, so I definitely recommend, like, you know, next time when you're back and you get to get your hair cut again, tip them big, because just trust me that it's very hard for them right now. I've been talking to tattooers across the country. I've been talking to barbers. I've been talking to a lot of people that are in the same position. And if you haven't, you'd be surprised. Everyone keeps quiet because nobody wants to admit that something's bad, but it's bad. You know, they you know, there's people trying to get on, like, you know, what is that? I didn't even get it. It's what is that called when you get paid $600 a month or whatever that was? Oh, but anyway. I didn't want, I'm not, not going on a tangent anymore, just kind of painting. All right, so that's probably good for today. What do you guys think? You guys want to see me keep going or what? See, we got 29 people. Give me a comment if you want me to keep painting. They say it's up to me. Well, right now I'm at a point in the painting where I could start adding a lot more details. So basically I'd have to slow down and start kind of sharpening things up. So I can just start on it. If everybody's still pretty having a good time. So basically I'm going to go back in and start kind of chiseling out details a little more purposeful. So now I can actually be a lot more committed to what I'm doing. I would say the sketch portion is complete. Now I'm going to start the painting. Somebody wants to say they want to get a close-up. Somebody else is repairing something. Somebody said they could watch all night. I'll keep going. Let me show you a close-up real quick, and then I'll set it back up just real quick. So far, the detail, I mean, there's not a lot there. It's very, very rough. Let me move my chair out of the way so I can get a better shot. So there's where I'm headed, and then this is where I am. So I was basically just kind of building out all the details. Oops. So what I'm about to do right now is I just started in the nose. I'm gonna start actually chiseling out these details a lot more purposeful. Up till now, I've just been kind of sketching around. So, set that back up. Let me mess with this, get it right again. There we go. Somebody wants me to post a photo when I'm done? Yeah, I will. Thank you, Pete. All right, let's go ahead and do some details. If you guys are entertained, I'll keep going. So, again, this layer that I'm doing right now, I know I'll be repeating myself a lot, but this layer is this is where I'm getting a little more serious about things, and I'm kind of paying more attention to subtleties. I wonder if Darren knows I'm doing this yet.
I sent her a message.
Did you? Faith said she sent him a message, so. So when I do details like this, like in the nose, I don't try to get it photo accurate. I mean, I kind of do to a certain degree, but I feel like it's better implied. Because if I start getting a little too photo accurate, I think it makes the painting look a little more boring. Somebody asked what airbrush this is. It's an Iwata Eclipse HPCS. How do I like Bishop? I freaking love Bishop. I love them. So I use Bishop tattoo machines, and Franco, as some of you know, owner of Bishop, he's an airbrush artist as well. Those guys are the coolest people. They're the nicest people. They're as nice as I wish I was. Like, every time I go there, I don't know, I'm just smothered with just good vibes. I love them. And they have a really huge passion for tattoos. And they're always trying to make better products. And they're always very, very kind. And they listen to, like, concerns and different things. And they just came out with the new Bishop wands. So now we've got 3 different types of tattoo machines. You've got a soft hitting machine, a hard hitting machine, and a really hard hitting machine. So good for soft shading, color packing, lining, and stipple shading, or whatever you have. So Bishop's great. I really, really love Bishop. Somebody said, need more stuff like this streamed. Hey, I'll keep going. If you guys dig it, I'll keep doing it. And again, if you guys are interested in tattoos as well, I can probably go ahead and start doing live streams of my tattoo work. I probably have to do it with certain friends though, or maybe you guys, maybe some of you want tattoos. I don't want my regular clients hearing me just kind of yelling in their ear the whole time. But oh yeah, Faith said I can stream when I tattoo her. I've been scared to tattoo her lately because I got to come up with the perfect idea, and I haven't had it. I want one of those moments where I'm just like, I guess this is what we were talking about earlier, having like painter's block. Like, I'm having, not painter's block, it's just like every idea we have, I'm like, no, something better. No, something better. Same with Alex. Like I designed a whole tattoo for him, and then I'm like, nah, let me have another crack at it. I'll do something else. Let's see. So I kind of imagine, and maybe you guys can tell me, like, when I watch stuff like this, I usually watch it sometimes as background noise, just because it's something I'm interested in, and maybe I'm doing other things. Is that what you guys are doing? Like, I don't know, kind of half paying attention, half, you know, I guess doing the dishes. It'd be fun to live stream with other people too. Just kind of talk shop while we paint. Kind of like a panel jam. Alex said I could have an episode where I teach him how to paint something. Alex is our apprentice here at the shop. And I'm teaching him how to paint and draw and tattoo and all those things. And Alex also edited the video. He's a really, really great camera guy. And that's why we're trying to, we're going to try to get something set up. Because Alex is a really, really cool, good photographer, and he edited the tutorial that I did on Patreon. And he stayed up for 3 days working on that thing, so definitely if you guys see Alex in there, give him a thank you. He worked really hard on that. Somebody said they just did a German Shepherd on Monday. Wow. German Shepherds are my favorite dogs. I always wanted. I had a few German Shepherds growing up. My mom has the most beautiful German Shepherds now. Right now, because of our living situation, me and Faith have to stick to just our cats, but we really want a dog. And my vote is German Shepherd, but whatever. We're hoping that we can get to like maybe a place where we can get a dog someday. I used to have a dog. She died a few years ago. Actually, this tattoo right here, this one on my arm, this doghouse, you can see this bone right here. The bone actually surrounds a dog bite. I grew up with a Great Pyrenees, and his name was Zephyrman. And every day he would go on these really long journeys, and because we lived out in the country, with miles of nothing, and Zephyrman would disappear every day. And so one day I followed him. This is when he was very young. He's a giant dog. Everyone thought he was a polar bear, right? Like huge dog. And I followed him one day, just curious of what he was doing. And what I found out he was doing when he was younger, anyway, is he was going and kind of letting the other dogs know that he was the boss. So he was kind of, I wouldn't say he was picking fights, but he was definitely establishing dominance. And he ended up getting into a fight with another dog, and I jumped in to try to break it up. And Zephyrman accidentally bit me right here on my arm. And once he did that, I remember I heard the skin pop, and once he bit me, both dogs kind of realized that they had messed up, and they went from just like trying to tear each other apart to like immediately separating. And my neighbor ended up taking me home, driving me home anyway, and when I got home, Zephyrin was sitting there on the front porch just like in shame, and I wasn't even mad at him. Like I was mad at myself for doing it, and I always treasured the scar because Zephyrin was like my favorite dog. He was such a beautiful dog, and I always really, really loved this scar. And so when I knew that I wanted to do a tattoo sleeve on my whole arm, I didn't want to cover up the scar, so I just had my buddy Mondo, he's my tattoo mentor, do a doghouse right here, and then he put a bone around Zephyrin's bite scar, which you can't really see on camera, but that way, no matter what I do as far as tattoos are concerned on my whole arm, that'll always stay open. Yeah, he was a great parent. He's a big dog. If I find, I'll post a picture, maybe on my YouTube or Facebook or something. There's a picture of me and my whole family, like my brother, my two brothers and my sister, and we're laying with Zephyrin in our backyard. I need to find that. This is where I'm kind of getting nitty gritty with all these details down here. What I'm thinking is tomorrow we might start with some of these nitty gritty details, because I'll have to probably set the easel up differently to do some of them, and then we'll get into color. And again, my color there's no method to it right now. I don't even know how I'm gonna approach it really. I'm just gonna make it up as I go, and then I'm gonna kind of package it, kind of put it together, and really figure out how I can take my color methods and develop them as something that I can teach, that's teachable. So that's the idea. Like come up with a system that's teachable and repeatable. Because right now my system is just make it up as you go. But yeah, once I come up with a good color method, I'll go ahead and I'll make a full tutorial on it. Another thing I'm going to be doing very soon is going over different paint products and different things, and demonstrate different techniques. Like I don't just exclusively freehand stuff. There's a lot of tips and tricks. Someone said I haven't aged a day. That feels good, thank you. I'm a big crybaby about aging. I don't like it. Yeah, I was 25 when I made that first video. I'm 36 now, so 11 years ago. I annoy everyone around me with my cries of getting old. Or getting older, I should say. I grew up with my dad being very much like a back in my day kind of guy, so I'm the same way. Yeah, I don't age. See, I'm even still having like my voice cracking like I'm going through puberty. Maybe I am. I don't know. Lifelong puberty. Remember when I was a kid, when everybody started like growing beards and shit, I was just like, well, next year I'll get mine. That day never came. So all these details, I'm gonna end up coming back in with white. I'll show you. Alright, I gotta get this spraying really good first. Right now, I gotta clean this airbrush before I do any of this kind of details because it's really dirty right now. But I'm gonna, kind of go through and pop out some of that. And it's just not spraying very well. And I don't really have time to clean it, so I'll clean it tomorrow and I'll do some of those like really fine detail hairs and stuff like that. What time will I be on tomorrow? I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet.
If they click the bell by next to subscribe, they should get an alert whenever you go live.
So Faith said if you click the bell next to your subscription, the Facebook subscription, you'll.
Subscription.
Oh yeah, YouTube. Sorry, the YouTube subscription. It'll let you know when I'm live. I seriously, this is honestly just me playing with live streaming, like because we haven't done it before, and so we're basically just kind of dipping our toes in the water and seeing how it goes. And so tomorrow, I haven't even thought about what time. I haven't thought about my schedule at all. I always worry when people are like, what are you doing tomorrow? I hesitate to ask because I've been tied to my schedule for so long. And I'm like, I don't know. Let me ask Faith first. I don't know. I don't want to commit to anything. So I have to look at my schedule, but I don't think I'm doing anything. So what do you guys think? Do you think I should do the whole thing on a live stream, or should I do a little bit and come in when I'm at a different portion of the painting, or what? Somebody said all live start to finish. Somebody said the whole process. Oh, looks like it's unanimous so far. Alright, I'll do it. Again, this painting, if those of you don't know, I'm going to give to our patron that suggested it. So when this is done, I'm just going to send it to him. So again, and I'll re-explain my idea here. So I never can think of what to paint, right? I never can, and I'll hurt myself trying to come up with an idea. So while I was doing a live stream demonstration, I think the other day, Darren, I think it was Darren. I hope I'm pretty sure it was him. He said that it'd be cool to do this dog portrait of his friend's dog, and I thought, yeah, why not? So I thought, well, why don't I just do that instead of trying to come up with stuff to paint? What if my patrons could just pick, send me pictures? So basically, if you have a dog or a relative or a family member, like your daughter or a grandmother, or whatever, or just interesting photo that you would like to see me paint, submit the photo through my Patreon, and then every time I'm ready to do a live stream, I'll just go through the photos that have been submitted, and my favorite one, and again, it's no popularity contest. It's just if you took a really cool picture, or you suggested a really cool picture, I'll paint it, and then if I paint your picture, then I'll send it to you, and you can have it. So I know a lot of people like pet portraits and things like that, and so it's a way to get pet portraits at a highly discounted price, because honestly, I don't even do stuff like that because I would have to charge so much, it's not really worth it. And so, yeah, I think it would be a way to get back to everyone. And then if somebody's chosen, we'll come up with a way for them to come kind of get out of, so we're not doing the same person's pick all the time. We would pick a new person every time. And so it would be cool that you guys could go and take really interesting photos, and then I'll paint it. And then I'll let you guys pick if you like them to be free-handed like this, or if you want to see me do some sort of like stencil technique or whatever. I don't care, as long as it's entertaining. Yeah, everybody's saying all live. I always feel like when I work a long time on paintings that it would get boring after a while. Like I feel like I like paint it fast so it's entertaining, but because if I paint it at my actual pace, which I'm doing right now, it takes a while. I'm a big, I always preach that, it's better to take your time and do it right than to rush through something. Like, if you're worried about making money because you want to be faster, I always feel like it's better to be better and charge more. Like, I would rather do a better job and charge more than charge less and do a lesser job. And if you just happen to get faster, then great. At least that's how I like to. That's my philosophy for myself. That's why everyone's like, how long would it take you to do this, or how much would it be for that? My answer is always, I don't know. Like, why? Because I was like, because I haven't started yet. Like, I don't know. Am I going to do it to this degree, or am I going to do it to that degree? I really don't know. I don't know. I was always really bad about underbidding, I think. Because I'd always underestimate how much time I would take to do something. Like, you know, when you pour too much cereal or something like that, it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, I can do that fast, and then I start doing it, and then it doesn't happen like that. So I bit off more than I could chew. And I end up spending fucking 3 months on something that should have taken me, or that I thought would take me like a month. Well, I knew these hairs would be a doozy. They're gonna take a lot of. I'm probably gonna have to put like 3 hours just in this hair. Well, maybe 2 hours, just to get it right. If I want to get that kind of like wiry hair look. That's the part I worry about if it gets boring. Like if I'm sitting here for like an hour or 2 hours just right here. Somebody said they just joined my Patreon. Hell yeah. Airbrush and design. What does it say? Brush strokes. Cool, thank you. Well, hopefully you'll be entertained. There's a few things on there right now that ought to keep you busy for a while. And I haven't really budgeted any time on this piece yet. I'm just painting it. So this is more like for fun, I suppose. I don't really have a goal in mind for time. What do you all think? Do you think I should keep doing freehand stuff like this? Just breaking it up into parts? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Somebody asked how I determine price for my work. Oh wait, hold on. How am I going to be doing the raffle piece for fundraiser for Mike's family? I haven't decided yet. Oh, am I going to do it? I do want to do it, and I do have plans on doing it. I think so. I'm supposed to get some paint here in the next couple days. I want to do a fire piece for Mike using candy colors. So I should be getting some in a few days, and then I'm going to start doing a raffle piece. They haven't decided how they're going to do the raffle yet, I don't think. So I'm just going to paint it and keep it. And while I live stream it, I'm going to encourage everyone to donate however that works out. I'm not sure yet. But I do definitely plan on doing a piece for Michael Valley. I just don't know the details of it yet, but it's definitely on the list. And I do know that one thing, it will be fire, and I'm going to do it with Createx. So I'm going to do like a true fire, probably portrait of him or something like that. Okay, so do I do the same approach with my tattoos? What approach is that? Like freehand? I don't freehand my tattoos that much. I have done it before, but I don't do it that much because I feel like my tattoos are for the client, not for me. And if my client wants an accurate portrayal, I shouldn't play around with, sketching around on their skin. And how do I determine prices for my work? Man, that is the age-old question, isn't it? I think it's, you find a price that sells. So like, if you're able to get a certain amount for your work, you do it for that amount. But I think you should, you kind of got to reach for the stars in another way. Like if you got to kind of figure out how much your time is worth. And then once you've done that, if you're getting booked out, like if you're getting too much work, you should up your price. If you're getting not enough work, you should lower your price. Eventually, those two things are going to level out, and you're going to figure out how much you're worth. Then you should definitely work on your abilities and keep trying to raise those two things up together until you find a happy place where you like to hang out, or just keep raising them forever. But there's no like. When I price my work, I don't think of it that way. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, because right now I don't airbrush commissions anymore, so it's very difficult if I were to take a piece on. Because I'm not in that field, and I'm not like, I don't know my market value right now. So everyone's like, how much for this? I'm like, I have no idea. Because I know what I could do. I know what I could get tattooing it, But back in the day, I think I undervalued myself a lot, to be completely honest. Because, I don't know, I guess it's just like, I know what it's like to not have that much money, so I don't want to be expensive, right? So I'll quote people affordable prices, and then I end up screwing myself because I end up putting a lot of work in. A lot of work. So, I think it's important not to undervalue yourself. That's one thing I learned in tattooing is not to undervalue yourself. Somebody says, good advice, I would add, never sell yourself short. It's only going to hurt yourself. Get paid what you're comfortable doing. Yeah, exactly. If you sell yourself short, you're going to create stress. And if you create stress, you're not doing anyone any favors. Not yourself, not the people around you, not your clients. You want to be happy with the money that you're making. And if that means work faster and do more work, or work slower and do less work and up your price, you just got to find what makes you happy. Like, what kind of artist do you want to be, And for me, I like working slow and getting paid more because I enjoy working in details. Like, Same with tattoos. If I was tattooing, that's why I don't do like traditional tattoos, because traditional tattoos are faster. But I like to actually slow down. I like to work slow, so I have to charge accordingly. I know it always people sometimes in tattoo world they think tattoos are universal. Like if a tattoo is $10 or $150 here, then it should be $150 everywhere, and it's not that way at all. Like just because that guy can do it in 20 minutes, I do it in 4 hours, but you're gonna see that difference. So it's not a universal pricing, and some people don't understand that. I'll tell you where a lot of people in pricing get themselves in trouble is they start getting a lot of work and then they take a lot of work without adjusting their prices. So next thing you know, they're completely 100% overwhelmed and they're fucking running around like a chicken with their head cut off. They don't know what to do and everyone's getting angry at them and stuff like that. So that's definitely not a good practice. Don't take on everything that comes your way, because you're gonna overstretch yourself, which I'm definitely guilty of doing. And I really do stress out because I really care about pleasing people and making them happy, and it like stresses me to a degree where I like my stomach hurts and I can't function. This is years ago. I haven't felt that way in a while, but I used to get that way a lot. They're calling you and they're being very, very patient, but you know that they really, really want that painting. They're, whether it be their motorcycle or whatever the case might be. And that's probably one of the reasons I don't do commissions too. I don't enjoy the stress of like somebody's counting on me, but I have 10 people counting on me at one time, and it's very, very stressful. That's one thing I didn't anticipate getting into the professional art business, was deadlines and people who depend on you, and you can't ask for help, because a lot of times you're the only one that can do what it is you do. So you just gotta hunker down and do it and work through the stress, and I used to stay up all night long working on projects. No sleep. I'd sleep in the cars I was painting, and then sometimes I wouldn't even be that efficient because I'd be so stressed out I wasn't even getting anything done. Somebody asked if my surface was smooth or does it have texture. It definitely has texture. So I've never gessoed anything before, and I gessoed this. It was a wood panel, and I guess I didn't sand it enough or whatever, so it's got a texture to it. But I don't hate it. It's pretty cool. But yeah, it definitely has a texture. It's a paintbrush texture from when I gessoed it. I sanded it, but the gesso, maybe I didn't let it dry enough, and it was gumming up, so. But it's still all right. Yeah. So usually I would get a clay board or something for something like this, but all the stores are closed, so I couldn't get it. So I had this panel It was Faith's panel, and I used it. So I owe her another wood panel. But yeah, as you can see, it's a wood. Once the stores open up, and maybe I'll order on Amazon, I'm gonna get some clay boards and work on those. Or maybe even some metal panels from Coast Airbrush. And Coast Airbrush is open, I just didn't, I didn't want to wait for the mail or whatever. So Easy Airbrush said, why are more artists switching from urethane? Because I'm in my tattoo studio right now painting. Like, there's no scent, there's no deadly isocyanides. I mean, there's a little bit of solvent in it, but they're mild solvents compared to compared to urethane. Urethane will kill you. And I've been using urethane my whole life. And I worry about what damage I've done to myself. But I will also say that Createx has upped the game as far as Createx paint is concerned. Like Createx when I started painting and Createx now is a completely new monster. They've revolutionized the industry. Like, I could do anything with Createx that I used to not be able to do. So I used to prefer urethane because I thought it was a better quality paint. And it was at the time as far as what I did, but now that's not true anymore. Createx is really up their game. Especially like right now, like I'm using Createx illustration colors, but when that clear comes in the mail in a few days, it's supposed to actually give me even smoother results. So for when I do the really tiny stuff with all the little details and the subtle blends and all that silky stuff, that clear should help out a lot with that. And I'll let you guys know, I'll play with the clear and I'll let you guys know how it goes. Somebody says, let's see, we got brush. Sorry, it's hard for me to read from this thing, but it says, I love Createx. I like the cost and I paint at home too. Plus, endless customizing came a long way. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. Yeah. So I want to start trying to get into Twitch and stuff. Are you guys, everybody like get into Twitch? Is that a thing? I've watched people on Twitch, like gamers and stuff, but I think there's a way to do this on Twitch as well. So I think once we get this all sorted out, I'm gonna do a lot more streaming, like Twitch style streaming, and just whatever. It's a different world than when I first started YouTube. Hell, when I first started YouTube, you could only make 10-minute videos. That's it. If a video was over 10 minutes, you couldn't post it. That's why if you look at all the old YouTube videos of people in them, you'll have all these quick cuts where they're like talking and then they're real choppy. It's because they probably rambled about something and they were trying to chop it down to 10 minutes. That's what I would do. I would say something and I would talk about my art theories and what I had to share, and then I had to somehow condense that down into 10 minutes. Now we can sit here and stream all night long and do whatever we want. It's crazy. I'm most excited about just being able to talk to you guys in real time and not have to edit anything. Although I probably won't be watching these videos because then I'll probably get all like self-conscious. Man, these details down here at the bottom of this ball are really fun. I hope they show up on camera. Basically, just trying to figure out all those like subtle little like hairy parts of the ball. Yeah, you can barely see it. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, I can't see it very well. Here, if you guys want, I'll take the camera real close for a second, and then I'll come back to it. But right here. So right here on the bottom of this ball, there it goes. There's all these little details that I'm filling in, and I haven't gotten to it yet, but if you look at the reference, right here at the bottom of the ball, there's all these little hairy parts, and I'm about to add all those. It's going to be really, really fun. This is where we are right now. See, I'm just kind of barely roughing in all this detail, so nothing is really that final. Just kind of roughing it all in, and then later I'll add more like serious details. So I got a gimbal on here. I'm just learning how to use that too. So hopefully the idea in the future is I'm going to run multiple cameras. So you guys can see detail cameras, and then I can talk directly to the camera, which I'd probably have to do my hair and all that in. But anyway. Hopefully, I think it keeps kind of trying to grab the focus on the reference. Let me see if I can turn the reference off and see if that grabs focus on the other thing. Yeah, that'll be all right. So I'm trying to think. All right. Is that good? Does everybody like where the camera is right now? Somebody says they use OBS for live. Yeah, so we're trying to figure that all out. Right now, all the gear that you need is sold out. Because everybody's doing live events for their work and whatnot, because they have to work from home. So we couldn't even buy the gear that we needed. So we have to wait till the virus is over before I think we can buy anything to live stream, like with multiple cameras and things like that. So I'll just do it with my phone until we can accumulate the things necessary to do like a real kind of like mini production. I mean, I can have all the different camera angles and whatnot, but we did look at all that. Like I said, this is just a kind of a, like I said, impromptu, just, like, let's see how this goes. Like I said before, I'm trying to get into doing YouTube, you know, like I used to do it, like all the time. Somebody wants to see a run through of the tattoo walls. So we don't have any decorations yet. I'm telling you, like as soon as we finished the build out and we were ready to open our doors, that's when the virus hit. So we didn't get a chance to do a lot of things. But once we're able to open up again, we're gonna start hanging pictures and getting it all decorated. But it's a beautiful shop. It's just kind of it's not really that organized right now because we've been out of business for a minute. But I will give a tour of the shop for sure. You know, once we can. The shop is a dream shop. We are like right on the beach too. That's so exciting. So there's a marina to the Gulf of Mexico, like a block away from here. So if you walk out my front door and you look to your right, you're looking at the Gulf of Mexico. It's beautiful. It's beautiful out here. And then we have, you know, we just have the perfect setup, is what I'm saying. And so we can't wait till we can get back to work full time. Maybe one of these days I'll do one of those live streams, one of those like 30 hours straight or some shit like that. I've heard of people doing when they're gaming. I don't know how they can entertain people for that long. Like, I guess when you're playing a video game, it's probably exciting, I guess. Again, for those of you watching, this is not the final painting. This is the underpainting. It's gonna have color. I've been showing, if you're late to the stream, it's gonna look like this when it's done. It's gonna have all that gold and everything. But right now I'm just kind of building the base values because it's freehand, so I have to make sure that I have everything sorted out before I start in with the color. So I had to spend a good deal of time just figuring out all the shapes and the values, which is what I'm doing right now. And I'm definitely not like in a hurry. I'm not sitting here trying to rush it either. Kind of just going at a comfortable pace. So my white airbrush really needs cleaned. And if I stopped to clean it, you guys would be staring at nothing for 15 minutes, so. This stuff right here is fun on the bottom. Just all these little hairs are so fun. Be a lot more fun if my airbrush wasn't clogged.
It might be fun to do like a 24-hour.
Stream. Would y'all watch
Kind of
that
thing.
if I painted for 24 hours?
Well, because I think if you like did life drawing,
Oh yeah,
Okay.
left drawing.
and that would be that's something that would have to be completed in one go because I couldn't like
So Faith wants
sleep and
to.
then
So Faith's suggesting that she pose for a model, like live painting. So I'll just paint her live as she sits in front of me, and we do like a 20-hour or whatever stream. Is that something you guys would watch if I did that?
and we could time lapse it after the fact. That'd be cool.
Yeah, if we had a recording of it, maybe we could time lapse it after it was done. There we go. I just need to turn up the air a little bit. So like, when my airbrush is clogged like that, like sometimes if I just turn up the air pressure, I can force some paint out. But I definitely need to clean it. I'll play with some of those hairs just on the bottom of that tennis ball. Let's see. Hey, somebody said a recliner, some takeout, and 20 hours of airbrush sounds good. Yeah, we'll see if we can do that. Somebody said they'd stick around for it. I'm in, yep. Brian, thanks for sharing. I was having network issues earlier and lost connection. I've got to run now, but please enjoy. All right, Billy, see you later. Somebody said you don't need any extra equipment to do live streaming side by side with someone else. You can use Streamlabs and Skype call. All right, well, I'll look into that. Sorry, I'm reading real slow because my computer is pretty far away from me right now. This is seriously just like a thrown together setup right now, so. this tennis ball is going to be crazy too. I definitely didn't pick an easy one. As you guys can see, I really like spending time in the underpainting. You'll see why when I get to the color. Like, the underpainting is so much the most important part of the painting. By far, the most important part. So anyone who's like quick to get to the outer painting or the overpainting, the finishing part of the painting, you're missing the most vital part of the whole painting, which is the foundation that the painting lives on. Somebody said colors. Do I do transparent colors? Yes, and opaques. I build with transparents and I finish with opaques. Yeah. Shit. I think my charger just fell. Hold on. Let me fix it. Is that better? Is everything good? My charger fell out of my phone. But I think I might have a good charge on it right now, so. Let me see if I can move this. All right. So, like I said, I want to have like a better setup, and I will. All right. Let's see if that works for a while. In fact, I'll just pull these chargers out. Get them out of the way. This thing right here is pretty fun. What's really cool is all that grass in the background too. getting close to being ready for the color, I think. I still need to build up some of these details, but getting there. That's Faith coming back in the door.
My phone died.
Faith's phone died. The phone died. So all this pushing and pulling that I'm doing is absolutely necessary for building the foundation. Let's see what you guys are saying. Life and design, fellow Guthrian. Somebody from Guthrie. When am I coming back home? I don't know. Not anytime soon. Do I buffer the grays, then go darker several times, painting it? Yeah. Something like that. Yep. Yeah. They asked if I buffer the grays. Yeah, I guess that would be the technique. Yeah. I just keep pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling until it starts kind of forming. See, now I'm being a little more purposeful with these textures in the nose. Still not trying to be absolutely accurate to the photo. Like I'm not going like Drew Blair accurate. I'm going more like implied accuracy. Yes, I use transparency through the whole painting. Always. My opaque colors are those are finalizing colors. I use it to finish the painting. Again, I have my full like 30-part tutorial on my Patreon page, where I go through absolutely every detail of how I do my black and gray paintings or my monochromatic paintings. I tried not to leave anything out. So if you're looking to learn how to do now this isn't that same style. Right now this is a freehand style. It's completely different. Well, I mean, it's not completely different, but it's not the same. If you're looking for that monochromatic stuff that I do, it's in my Patreon page. There's a full detailed video on all of it. So there's a link to my Patreon, I think in the description. Hopefully I did that right. And if you follow that link, or if you just Google Ryan Townsend Patreon, you should be able to find it. Or if you go on Patreon, just look for my name, you should find it. And when you do, once you're a patron, you can have full access to that video, as well as all kinds of different perks, where I do I'll do one-on-one lessons. So if there's something that you need help on specifically, if you tune into my live streams, I do live streams that are strictly just for answering questions on Patreon. That's all I do. I answer questions about technical issues or whatever, and I try to solve your problem right there. So if you're saying like you're having this problem or that problem, I'll sit with a piece of paper on my live stream and try to solve your problem for you in real time. Or if you just want to see something demonstrated with greater detail, like, all right, tell me how you pull the trigger, tell me how you mix your paint, or whatever the case might be, I do that on my Patreon page. And like I said, we're working on a giveaway right now also, where we're going to give away some paint, we're going to give away some tools, and really great stuff. We're actually, I'm working on a deal where I can share with you guys all my products that I use, like a kit, so you can all my recommendations in just one purchase. That's something we're working on as well. Somebody says they're glad I'm back with videos. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Somebody's still asking about, like I said again, if you want detailed, if you want to know all the details about what I do, it's on the Patreon page. Last week, actually, we spent a good amount of time painting a painting. In case, like, so some of you that are here, you've seen this before, but I'll show again for those people that are new. I'm gonna grab this painting real quick and show you what we did. So I painted a full tutorial on this painting. So last week, I spent 3 days painting this and recording it, and then my friend Alex edited it, and Faith has been getting everything ready on Patreon so that you guys can see every single detail of how I do these highly detailed monochromatic stuff. I'll show you some other paintings if you want to see them. I use that same technique on this one. So right here. So this one I actually did in a class. So the technique that I teach on my Patreon page is the exact same technique I used on this painting right here. So I teach that on Patreon. And here's a painting I did for a class, but I never finished it. And I need to finish it. I'll finish it one day, I suppose. But here's another one. And I was adding red into it. So I was doing monochromatic with touches of red, hints of red. And I just, excuse me, I never finished it. So. What kind of canvas? This is a wood panel. It's just wood. See? Yeah, it looks like Timothy says, just curious. Yeah. No, I don't mind answering questions at all. I was just letting y'all know, that I had that there. If you wanted to get like more in-depth answers, you know. Oh yeah, I was on the nose before. Let's get back on that. I'm doing a lot of skating. I need to tune this airbrush. Oh well, it's just bottom layer anyway. It'll all go away. Let me turn it down. There we go. Tell you, this dog nose is confusing as hell. Alright. Add some little details now in the background. Let's see how we are with the framing. Let's see if I can move the frame back up a little. there. All right. So I think that's probably where I'm going to stop for today. Tomorrow we're going to start in with all the color and all the cool details. So I don't know when that is. So I'm going to get my schedule figured out for sure. Turn on the bell if you haven't already on YouTube, and
It's next to the subscribe button.
it's right next to the subscribe button, and you'll get a prompt for when I start the stream tomorrow. And my goal, hopefully, if I have the time, is to finish this painting tomorrow. But I'll show you what I have so far. Let me go ahead and move the thing real quick. So, hold on. I'm getting used to using this new tool. Hold on. I've got a gimbal, and I'm learning how to use it. All right. There it is. So this is what we did today. So that is what I call an underpainting. That is all just the general shapes of everything. It's not detailed. It's not figured out. Or I mean, it's just like, okay, this is where it is. And everybody says had bells on. All right. Well, that's the underpainting. So tomorrow is all the top coat, and we'll make sure and we'll blend out all of this. You won't see any of that. And here's the reference. So tomorrow, if you want to see, that's where we're going with it. So all that detail will be there. It keeps wanting to focus on that dog. Hold on, let me take that off so it stops. There we go. All right. Just went to my feet. Hold on. The gimbal's acting up. I think the gimbal died. Nice sandals. Yeah, I know, right? I don't wear shoes for one day and I get my feet in the fucking frame. All right, we'll see you guys.